And welcome to everyone. Today is Monday, March 24th. Let me do a sound check. And welcome to it. Sounds like that's working. So glad to be here and good to see everyone here. Oh, there's so much going on. I've never had so many technical difficulties before a show in my life. As a matter of fact, the stream on the backup channel crashed. So on the backup channel, I've created a new stream. So hopefully everyone who got kicked out of the one that just crashed over there can get rolling and find the new stream there on the backup channel. I hate that happening because they may have thought I'm just gone for the night. But to everyone on this main channel, I'm glad you're here because this one for some reason didn't crash when the one on the backup channel did crash. Isn't that odd? So that's what we're dealing with. And I want to thank everyone for being here, and especially the I see that I've already got 2 super chats and a new member, and I'd like to thank you guys for doing that while you're waiting. I really do appreciate that, and I am very glad to be here. We have a lot to cover tonight, and geez, what a day and what a week it has, or weekend it has been. Okay, so I see I've got to do this. All right, thank you. Now, let me say hello to everyone here and start off by saying thank you to Amy for being here and getting all my things going on the channel. I really do appreciate that. So thank you, Amy. All right. And thank you and welcome to Mark Ellis. Good to see you. Also, Miss L'Oreal tuned in. Thank you for being here. Carla Ann, thank you for being here. Also, Rhonda Holton, Michael Lewis, Debbie Mustard. I never make the lives because they're too early, but this time I'm early. All right, thank you. All right, and we got Court of Public Opinion. Thanks for being here. All right. Prof said something from that for me was a real duh moment about the 70 days of missing interviews. Well, was it that what kind of police department in the world would ever lose 1 day or 1 week or 1 month, much less 70 days? Maybe it was that. I hope it was that because I'm pretty confident on that one. No police department in the world would ever lose 70 days. Are we kidding each other over here? I mean, that's just not reality. All right. And we're going to say hello to 5 Green Acres. All right. Kate Yu. What's up, Kate Yu? And Plain Iron. What's up, Plain Iron? All right. Deb. What's up, Deb? Hello. All right. Everyone in here, say hello, hello. I'm saying hello. I'm seeing everyone. I'm just seeing David Rogers. What's up, David Rogers? It is late, isn't it? It's pretty late tonight. Jim Chrisman, what's up? I'll tell you why it's late in a moment. Thank you, Mark Ellis, for the super chat. Thank you, Mark Ellis. Hello, it's a God thing. Thank you very much, Mark. All right. Sweet Dude Shibby. What's up, Sweet Dude Shibby? What's up, Possum Friend? And also Tony Hunt. More meat and taters. Don't forget your veggies, says Mr. Four Pit Bulls Across America. What's up, Cindy Splat? All right. You're going to be quiet. You ran your mouth on plenty other channels calling BS. So for the idiots in the back, you're safe tonight. Hey, are you stealing my line? Are you stealing my line or am I stealing yours? All right. What's up, Oleg Cat? What's up? About due for some Monday Night Raw. What's up, Nobody Nothing? Tammy Martin. What's up for Tammy? Miss Tammy Martin? What the hell am I saying? What's up, Miss Tammy Martin? All right. Deb. Thank you for thanking Mark. Yes. And Michael Lewis became a member. Welcome to membership, Mark. I mean, Michael. Michael, please watch The Train Guy. I will be taking that off of members only pretty soon. So for anyone who's not a member because you're not able to, don't worry. Pretty soon I'll be taking the Train Guy exclusive video off of members only, and I'll be making it public so that everyone can get to watch that if you're not a member. And I have special news for you guys later tonight anyway. But first, let's get to the greetings. Okay, Jenny, what's up, Jenny? All right, Dennis McKean, welcome to you, Dennis. Jan Humphrey or Jan. Jan, welcome. Nancy Montgomery, welcome, Nancy. Okay. I don't want to miss anyone. That's why I go slowly through these. What's up, Miss V? And Lisa, how are you, Lisa? Okay, Lisa. Hey, Kaleida Hope, how are you? I don't want to miss anyone. I don't have all day. Welcome to you. I don't have all day. Welcome, Mrs. P. Okay. Marianne Furcus, hello to you. Welcome in. Digital, what's up, Digital? Good to see you. Okay. I'm in the bushes out here again tonight. I like to listen while relaxing and resting my eyes. What's up, crazy Italian lady? All right. Rebecca Ann, 1965. Hell yeah. Everyone, round of applause for Rebecca Ann. All right. I'm trying to get comfy here. Streets of Bakersfield. Heavy Metal Rehab, how are you? I don't know if we have anyone over in the backup channel yet. I've restructured the live. Hey, I see over there Chevy Killer. What's up, Chevy Killer? All right. Just waiting to get yelled at by Prof. Oh, don't worry, it's coming. What's up, Gianna? All right, what's up? Hello, help me, Rhonda. Mino Dino, be nice, please. Heather Brown, what's up, Heather Brown? Lowered Customs, what's up, Lowered Customs? All right. Everyone's coming in. It's so good to see you all. And anyone lurking, please join the chat. Hate watchers as well. You're welcome to the chat. Just be nice before I kick your ass out. All right. Digital, what's up? Thanks for saying hello to everyone. Eliana Davidson, how are you? All right. I'm good to see everyone in here. 73 in Portland. Yeah, it was nice here today too. I must admit, I washed the dog. Okay. I brought the dog outside for his bath instead of in my shower. So on warm days like today, I get to bring the dog outside in winter and wash him. So that was nice today too, to be able to go outside and bathe the dog. All right. Yeah, we had a really nice day. I'm making a chocolate cake with with cream cheese frosting. It's a God thing. Thank you for the super chat. Oh, that's so nice of you. Thank you for coming in. And I will have a great live. What's up, Jojo? Hey, Jojo. You made carrot cake today? Now that's my preference. I much prefer carrot cake over chocolate cake. All right. TJ Bits, what's up? Mama Bear 2222. All right, I'm getting through here. Look, Prof is here. I was only 15 minutes late. Wrestling was trying to put that second stream back up. Isn't that odd? Because this platform simultaneously streams. So when I hit go, one of the streams crashed. Isn't that interesting? It's interesting to me. How can the one crash and the other not? All right. What's up, Big JD? Big JD 420 in the house. Big JD, Miss Local. She's a local. Everyone give a round of applause for the locals who don't go with the berry job, okay, on Delphi. Congrats, locals. You got some really good locals in this world and in this channel that joined the chat. And what can I say? We got great locals. I get in the emails every day from the great locals, and I so appreciate it. What's up, Kelly? Okay, Silenced. What's up, Miss Silenced? Comment ça va? Bonsoir, Kayla. All right. Mark Ellis, every time I see your name, I think of the Oakland A's. Honestly, I think of my mentor. I hate to give this one away, but my mentor was named Ellis. And every time I see Mark Ellis, I think of my mentor, Ellis, who was an amazing guy. It's already a challenging night for typing. What are you drinking? All right. What's up, Silenced? Miss Silenced in the house, representing the troll farm. The inverse troll farm, the not trolls. Jennifer Hoff, $1.99 sticker challenge. Love you, Prof. Well, thank you, Jennifer. I love you. Oh, they're going to clip it. Bro, Prof's a creep. Get ready. Prof's a creep. Woman hater. I'm making pizzelles with the kids, the grandkids tomorrow after school. Oh. Asha Harry, what's up? How are you? Sweet dude Shibby. No. You're not taking a bath. If you were my dog, you'd be bathing yourself. Interesting read today about Abigail Williams. Yes, isn't that interesting? Listen, there are so many mythical overtones with the Delphi murders. That's why I believe there are literal occult connections to the Delphi murders because of the mythical overtones. I mean, that's pretty much a no-brainer. Abigail Williams, German Liberty, Delphi, Indiana, Death Valley, Deer Creek, 213. Are you picking up what I'm putting down? All right. Of course, we're only conspiracy theorists over here. It's lunatics like me that make the entire Free Rick Allen Club look bad, according to Twitter. All right. I'm getting there, you guys. I apologize for how long this takes. What's up, Crazy Girl 1203? Crazy Girl. We got Crazy Italian Lady and Crazy Girl. Husband drank last Dr. Pepper. Oof. Oh, well, there, Miss Pink Quartz. Thank you so much. You're providing all the answers I'm looking for. Round of applause, Pink Quartz. And I do love you, Pink Quartz. Don't get it twisted. I do love you. I know you are, and I love you. And I apologize. We don't always agree on everything and in every way to do things. But yeah, you're just bringing the heat. You're just bringing the heat. Oh, wow. There's so much I'd like to say. I'll just keep moving. Let's see. Melissa Bex, welcome in, Melissa. I did not hear that yet, Heavy Metal Rehab. Please email me. I haven't even heard that one yet. What's up, Chevy Killer? Chevy Killer 306, for everyone who doesn't know. Is that 306 horses? All right, Brenda Mays, what's up? Trial Junkie, what's up, Trial Junkie? Don't be mad, Trial Junkie. Don't take things personal that don't affect you. If you're upset about the little the little holding of accountability in the community. Okay. My mod squad is phenomenal. And guess what, sweet cheeks? That leads me to the surprise for tonight. I'm gifting several mod ships to several of my beautiful viewers. So you guys are about to find out who's going to get that. Okay. Um, anyhow, I'm going to show you right momentarily. Okay, I've been having some plans for a while. And so I'm rolling out a few little wrenches, and you guys are going to figure out as they come. All right. Been planning this all week. End. All right. Let's see. There's one more. All right. And I got the one more done. So I think that's four. I think that's four wrenches for four of my friends in the chat. That was my plans for tonight's surprise. So hopefully those went through. I do appreciate you all for being here consistently and showing your support, and I love you. And that's my way of showing it with my my ability to give you a wrench. And so congrats to you four. I just love you. Okay, now let's see. We got Debbie Mustard. Hello. Chevy Killer, what up? Chevy Killer 306. Everyone, please give a round of applause for Chevy Killer. Him and I also don't always agree on everything, but hey, we always agree on the right things, and I love him. Chevy Killer 306. Okay, and Big JD. All right, now let me see. I'm trying to see if I missed anyone because I surely don't want to miss anyone. What's up, Kathy S? What channel are you on? The big channel or little channel? What's up? Everyone, welcome in Kathy as well. What's up, Gene? All right, Gene in the house. Basically a detective. Welcome into you. I so much appreciate you having you here. Dumplings Gammy. We're going to be talking a little about Dumpling and the Gammy tonight. I'm sure that all the haters will be clipping it and sending it to McClellan. What's up, Jennifer Dono? Hey, Jennifer. All right, we're getting there. I'm halfway through. Maria Alma, what's up? Badonka Dunk says, what the hell? Went back and found one of my piano intros. I'll start doing those again, honestly. That's some other news I have that I intend to start doing my things again as far as the pianos because I am so upset about a bunch of the weird shit. What's up, Sheila Bridges? You see, people in this world don't appreciate other people for who they are. It's just the way the world is. Yolanda Pink Rosie, hello to you. We are suffering from an epidemic of lack of appreciation of other humans, and it's a terrible situation. All right. Stephanie, hello to you. Stephanie with the lips. Okay. Hello, Kathy. Okay. Welcome, Oak Haven Days. And American Girl Reacts, welcome to you. Hello to you. Thanks for being in here. I do appreciate you coming. Okay. Even if it's first time seeing you, I appreciate you here. Shotgun Susie, what up? What up, Shotgun Susie? You must be in the small channel too. Welcome to you. All right. So we're almost there. Four Pit says 241 in the chat. Keep on coming. Like, subscribe, and share. Let's see how many we have now. 297 in the chat and 28 on the small channel. So all of you here in the Profs show, we appreciate you for coming. And by we, I mean I and all my beautiful viewers in the chat. All right. Yeah, this has been tough. This is a tough listen. I was speaking to one of my friends today, and I said this Delphi murders crowd It's literally the most insane bucket of uh, monkeys or barrel of monkeys you've ever seen. Literally. He tried to defend his Dr. Pepper betrayal during a profile. Don't be mean to husband. Maybe he's he's Dr. Pepper deprived. Poor guy. All right. Hey, apparently Prof hates women, so I'm going to side with the husband, right? American Girl Reacts, we have the same amount of subs, almost at 5K. Yes, that's another thing, guys. I will be doing a 5K celebration, and we're almost there. We're almost to 5K subs. If you don't count the backup channel. So on the main channel here, we're so appreciative to have almost 5,000 subs. Okay. All right. That's what they say when they've lost. All right. Do you hear my son over there in the next room toying with his piano keyboard? All right. Conspiracy realist. That's what I'm saying. Dude man, conspiracy factualist. Welcome in, dude man. Silence says she knows the truth. Well, guess what? I think I do too. That's the funny thing. Yeah, lone wolf killer is what they want you to believe. But we'll be talking about that later. Okay. We'll be talking about that later. Verity Rutter. Well, you know what's funny, Verity? I wonder if I know you. There's not many individuals named Verity in the world, and I know someone named Verity. Verily, I do. I know a Verity, and if you're the same person, then I know you. And if you're another Verity, then that means I know two Verities in the world. All right. All right. What up, Big JD? What up, Heavy Metal Rehab? All right. Bill. What up, Mr. Bill? Okay. What's up, Laura Dawson? Boom, Laura. All right. We're here. We are here. All right. Deanna Burdett, hello to you too. Was it taking us half an hour to get through the hellos? Shibby, please don't whack me with your wrench. Shibby, look, Shibby's been here at least a year. Is that not right, Shibby? You've been here at least a year. I think you well deserve a wrench. And I just do appreciate you being here all the time, Shibby, even with the off-color jokes and the bad jokes. But please keep them under control. Keep them under control. All right. Now, you made Shibby a mod. What the hell? What's up, Jamie? Okay, Jamie's in here. What's up, Jamie? And what's up, TJ Bits? And Kate, I've already said hi to you guys, but damn. Okay. You have a big heart, Miss Kathy. Okay. Jake Brooks. What up, Jake Brooks? Jake Brooks also has a big heart. I know Jake. Me and Jake talk from time to time. For the most part, Jake Brooks is an awesome person as well. Everyone. Hey, what's up? It's Westy. Been a long time no see. Hey, Prof, just in the kitchen cooking drumsticks and sausages at 2:48 a.m. UK time. What the hell, Westy? And look, the internet never fails to surprise. What's up, Bing Dong? Okay. Hey, Bonnie. What's up, Bonnie? Long time no see. All right. Boy. It's quite a bunch of hellos today. I'm so happy to see that. What's up, Miss Dieter? All right. You used to play piano? Me too. All right. Jean, did anyone see Andy in the document she dug up in relation to Murder Sheet? Yes, I did. Yes, there's a whole lot of wrong to go around. This is what I like to say, Jean. There's a whole lot of wrong to go around in this community. But it's always funny that the people who are responsible never want to take accountability for that wrong. Isn't it weird? It's a modern epidemic, or an epidemic of modernity. I'm telling you. It's an epidemic of modernity, that lack of accountability. But that's okay, because kids Parents don't whip enough ass these days and haven't for the past 40 years. So I'm telling you, man. All right. All right, Kate, you. All right. So I think I caught everyone. Oh, who's her daddy? There he is. What's up, sir? Now I've caught everyone. So I feel good about where we are. Oh, there's Malibu. What's up, Malibu? I'm glad you're here. I hope you feel better. And what's up, Jamie Blair? Thank you for letting us know you're here. All right. Don't get drunk with the winch. I mean, with the wrench or the winch. Hey, props advice. Don't get drunk with the winch. Okay. Rebecca Ann's advice is don't get drunk with that wrench. Okay. So either way, try not to be drunk. Okay. Westy has been in hiding. Yeah. All right. Oh man, you guys are something. The outflowing of love and support. What's up? Kalida Hope. Hello. How are you? All right. I'm trying to catch up with this chat so I can get all caught up and then we can move forward. Because boy, do we have a lot. Okay, hey D England. Okay. I don't like the way he says, hey, he must be a creep and an incel. These girls are downers, man. They're all downers. All the Fosters are downers, like Alex says. All the Fosters are downers. Downers. All right. Housebroken. What's up, sweetheart? All right. All right. All right, y'all. So I appreciate you for being here. Look, we got a lot to cover, and geez. So what do we have to say tonight? Boy. Well, I think I'm going to drink my coffee, and we'll get started. All right. Oof. Yes, I did collide a hope. That's old news, but some people have not seen his information before. But yeah, I think that there's something to it. I don't agree with necessarily all of it. Okay, my feeling on Tory Smith. I think 50% is spot on, and 50% I don't have enough information to be able to confirm or deny. Well, what are you talking about, me, Westy? Turncoat. How you came to apply that to me, either knowing or being through knowing, or are you just pleased to see me drunken master? Well, first question, are you asking me, Westy? I don't think I've ever called you a turncoat. I don't think you're a turncoat. I never did. You're going to get your coffee too. I don't know, Westy. I don't know where you've been. I just don't know where you've been. What's up, Nancy Drew? All right. I see you, Nancy Drew. Oh, I don't know who mentioned you were a turncoat. I love you, Westy. I always did because you like you're very much like me, Westy. There's not a lot of censor on you, so you say what you want to say without fear of retribution, and that's me. Okay, and here's where we get to the crux of the matter. I find it odd. I really do find it odd that people would try to censor my speech. You see, I think that people generally don't understand that I left the corporate world a few years ago. And boy, by a few, I mean we're going on 5. And I also find it funny that I was called an old man today. Well, I think it's pretty funny. I think it's pretty funny. Old man. Let's see. What does that mean? Old man. Because I'm not a woke libtard cult freak like you. Yeah, I'm an old man, I guess, but by that you mean that I'm a parent to two children. Okay, that I'm a son to two parents, four grandparents who have all passed away, and a sibling to several siblings who I love dearly. And by old man, you mean that I've touched thousands of kids' lives in my career and thousands of people's lives in my career uh, as I've lived my life. And if you find that entertaining or something to scoff at while being a young, dumb bitch, I find that pretty funny. So, yes, I'm an old man, I suppose. But, I think it's pretty funny to try to throw that at someone because you're butthurt that the people you worship got called out for being dumbasses, which is indeed what I did. Okay, and so I'm going to talk a little about that today. Um, Also, let it be very well known that I'm not a political activist, and I'm also have never made it a point to try to push my feelings onto others or to use this as some sort of stepping stone. Okay, but I find it funny. I find it funny that people would hurl those insults or what they feel to be insults because basically they've been called to some sort of accountability and they're trying to change the argument from the what an argument is into some other shit. So, in case you're wondering, let me just get to it. The argument here is that I have said the public would like to know a few things, okay? Because this, let's be honest here, this public has been traumatized for more than 7 years now with lies, deceit, with propaganda, with narrative control, i.e., trolling and YouTube channels and media personalities completely dedicated to steering the narrative on the Delphi murders. And I find it odd that individuals would, in a, I guess, in a flash of insecurity, irresponsibility, um, I don't know, general insanity, that they would do something so irresponsible as to re-victimize or traumatize the community that follows the Delphi murders as much as they have and in the way that they have, and then refuse to take accountability when called out on such thing. And that's just really bizarre behavior, especially for someone who portrays themselves as some woke, conscientious uh, people. But it's odd. It's odd because, like I said, to try to sling mud at the messenger is really odd. It's really odd. You see, if I was wrong, and if it was a false accusation, and if it was completely baseless and out of left field and coming from nowhere and totally unsubstantiated, it would be understandable that people would be upset. Because, hey, I know one thing. Personally, uh, and this goes back to childhood. Okay, and I might even tell the story someday. I might even tell the story someday, but I had a particular childhood experience that makes me absolutely furious when I am falsely accused. So when I'm so should I be falsely accused? I would absolutely lose my mind because there's nothing that infuriates me more than being falsely accused. Now, there's plenty of things that can hurt me more than being falsely accused. There's things that are personally hurtful, particularly going after my dead brother, going after my murdered brother. Yeah, that is the most hurtful thing. That really hurts. That truly hurts beyond the definition of hurt. But the false accusations, that right there, that infuriates me. It doesn't hurt me. It infuriates me. So I can understand that some people might be infuriated by false accusations. But hey, one thing that is absolutely true. Should you come at me with something that is accurate and substantiated, true, verified, and that I am responsible for, and you're calling me to task for such activity or statement or anything like that, I just got to say, I think it's absolutely immature, and it reveals your true character to respond to that with hurling insults. So, what can I say? I think that should just about explain the entire situation on both sides to everything. Because I find it odd, and I said this to a friend today. Isn't it odd? Isn't it odd that when you have trolls from both sides attacking you, from the defense and the prosecution, well, hey, there can only be one reason for that. And I've said it before. I actually had a live stream that I called The Bitter Truth, because I'm telling you, when you are giving the absolute most bitter truth, it's like a poison. Remember, poisons are typically bitter. Alkaloids are bitter. I mean, have any of you ever delved into the world of homeopathic medicine? I have a dear friend who is widely regarded as the #1 homeopathic practitioner in all of Europe. A dear friend to my heart. And her and I have had countless conversations. And one thing that we realize is that poison in microscopic or minuscule proportions is basically medicine. And as we all know, that poison is bitter. It's a bitter truth. It's why I tend to issue out the bitter truths. And it's funny because, as I've also said to a friend today, I don't need this. I do appreciate the support because all of this is extremely time consuming. It's extremely emotionally draining, and it's extremely costly in terms of dollars. For instance, this computer that I'm on, remember, that I just bought several months ago, basically cost an entire month's salary. Okay. The microphone that I'm on, which was a gift from a viewer, basically cost several days' salary. The interface that I use to stream this audio to the video was also a couple days' salary. So all of this has physical, mental, and spiritual expense tied to it. And more than anything, the expense of time has been enormous. I'd remind you all that I'm here for hours at a time, several days a week. Time during which my 5-year-old and previously my 4-year-old and 3-year-old have spent away from me in the next room due to privacy concerns, entertained by Disney Plus or PBS Kids or whatever other DVD he might put into the DVD player. This has come at great cost, and I find it entertaining or concerning that for people who would portray themselves as caring about the truth about the Delphi murders coming to the surface or rising to the surface, that they would not understand that sacrifice or that contribution. And then that they would further push this narrative of, oh, Prof, he's nothing but a nut job, nutcase, conspiracy theorist, freak, old man who discredits the Free Rick Allen movement. Wow. Yeah, you're right. You're right, woke tard girls. That's something insulting to say. Yeah, that was pretty insulting to say. Especially when I regularly communicate with one individual who talks to Rick every day and one individual who talks to Kathy every day. And when I've spent the past few years trying to produce for you all receipts, I've also spent countless hours posting those receipts up on this channel and trying to walk you through them. So if that's called a conspiracy theorist, yeah, I guess so, because you see, the very job on Delphi murders is lone wolf killer. And that's the elephant in the room. And when I come here and I say, there's an elephant in the room, and the elephant in the room is the very job on the Delphi murders is lone wolf killer. Oh, conspiracy theorist, nutcase, whack job. Interesting. Because there's so much compelling evidence that a group was responsible for these murders that if I have to explain it to you, then obviously you don't know the case whatsoever. And yes, hey, I'll admit when I'm wrong. I've said mean things, especially when I'm trying to prove a point. I will say mean things. Like I said, I'm not going to censor myself. It doesn't bother me to be mean. I'm not afraid of losing subs. I'm not afraid of losing viewers. I'm not afraid of being canceled. I mean, shit, you guys already did that several years ago during COVID, when canceling was all the rage. I don't care. Okay, so I just would like someone to explain to me how a lone wolf killer managed to kill 2 little girls, somehow transport them such that their bodies were not found for 20 hours, or 19 to be specific. Kill them both with a bladed weapon, yet leave no defensive wounds. And cause an entire community to lie about it for 7 years. I'd like someone to explain that to me. But I find it interesting that the same folks from either side who'd want to run people off from listening to me both try to put across to you guys out there that this is a lone wolf killer crime. And The prof is a conspiracy theorist, nut job, nutcase, whack job, a UFO. Yeah. I mean, by the way, maybe I should be the one to explain that none of this is my own theorizing or concept. Remember, all I've ever done is put receipts on the screen and constantly show you what the community has said. Even Carrie Timmons. Oh, yeah, that's the mother of one of the victims, in case you all have forgotten, because Becky Patty is not the mother. Oh, another thing. Don't you find it odd that the commonality among both groups is that you can't question the family? I'm a family blamer, according to both sides. Both sides who refuse to question the family, by family meaning the Patties. Isn't that interesting? I find it interesting. I mean, but I find all human behavior interesting. How dare we blame the family, which means question? But it's funny because the same ones that say, you're mean, you're a woman hater, you're a family basher, you're a da 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 da, it's always the same. And lone wolf killer kill the kids. But I understand how it goes. So anyhow, you guys, seems like someone triggered me to go on this whole detour. What's the phrase that people use that I just despise? Yeah, I'll remember it. There's this phrase that I cannot stand, but anyway, kind of gone on a little tangent. We're going to take a little look tonight at some things that interest me. I'll admit to you, tonight is totally selfish. So I'll start by saying that. Tonight is going to be a totally selfish look at some things that I would like to look at. And geez, honestly, I don't even know if I'll have time to get through it all. And I will tell you, you can also thank the idiots that you don't have the show that you were going to have tonight, but it's probably God working anyway. Because tonight, what you were going to have is an in-depth exploration of the audio from the video release. I had a deep dive prepared. But because of the complete distraction all day today, and I mean like 150 back and forth posts, I got distracted where I couldn't complete the task that I had assigned myself for today in order to be able to provide for you tonight the audio exploration. So therefore, they have sidelined that job. Okay. And we're going to instead put that aside for a later time. And tonight, we're going to do something different, which is selfish, which is a result of me being upset and with me being completely bewildered that anyone who would try to portray themselves as caring about the truth of the Delphi murders would try to attack me any of the work I've done in the past year, my outright nuclear war with the troll farm and how I've shown you who they are. Listen, let's be real here. The family is dead set on removing our voices. All right? By any means necessary. So I'm going to go on a little journey tonight. And who knows? We're already an hour in. I mean, this should have only taken 15 minutes. But because I had to say hello to everyone and then I went on my whole, detour, this has taken an hour. So apologize for that. I'm not going to try to cut this short. I'm going to get through all of this, hopefully. If I can't make it through it, we'll just cut it short at the end of the night, but hopefully I'll get through it. But I want everyone, it's just like I feel like I've told the investigators here. See, this was a social media case at the very beginning. This has always been a social media case. And I don't understand how people don't get that. In other words, what I'm implying is that the case was solved by social media from the beginning. It all played out on social media. It was all discussed on social media and in screenshots from private text messages that were then posted on social media. But wow. So we're going to try to understand the prof, okay? Because what does the prof say? The prof is a woman hater. Ooh, the prof is racist. Ooh, the prof is a conspiracy theorist. Discrediting the Free Richard Allen movement. Anyway, so we're going to start with a little look. Let's see if I can manage this. Whoops, that's not it. There we go. Maybe I'll blow it up a little better and I'll get tiny. I don't care if I'm tiny or not. Let's see. I like that. Now, thank you, I have a pop. Can I do a more whiny voice? I don't know. What's up, blessings galore? Booyah! There she is. What's up? All right. Thank you for everyone coming in. All right. Thank you so much, Melissa. Hey, everyone in here. Look, I just want to say everything. Everyone in here. Thank you. I wish I could put every comment up and we never get to the slides. Thank you, everyone. You're amazing. Okay. All right. So Indy Cindy, what up, Indy Cindy? Indy Cindy's another crazy one. Conspiracy theorist. All right. So we're going to read some shit from an attorney in New York named Madeline Vallely. Yes, troll farm she is. But never mind me. Never mind me. So what we're going to do is we're going to read Madeline's crazy gaslighting narrative points that she had typed up in a word processor and then copy pasted onto Reddit and then copy pasted and spam style into all kind of YouTube channels, including the profs. Hey, Madeline, you should have written a book. Madeline, you know, there's plenty of other troll farm cashing in on a book. You know, there's Lauren Hidden Lauren True Crime or whatever the fuck her name is. You know, there's Fig Sauls, there's Murder Sheets, there's all kind of cash-ins on the books. There's Chris Todd. I mean, shit. Madeline should have just turned this into a book. Why are you spamming social media as if you actually wrote this when it was already pre-produced? I mean, just go ahead and publish it into book. By the way, I'm not sure if you're aware or not. I do own a publishing company. I've already published one book. I'm working on my second and third. The second is almost done. The third is almost done. Then there will be a fourth, and I'm also writing for someone else as well. So in case you don't know, Madeline, I do publishing. If you'd like to write a gaslight-ass book, I may even do you a favor, but far be it from you or any of your troll farm to actually take advantage of people's strengths. No, you'd rather gaslight and divide us all. Anywho, by the way, since I'm at that, I also hear Ron Logan's best friend, i.e. Kathy Shank's daughter, also is an author of sorts, but if you're into pornography, and there's plenty of books you can also find from Kathy Shank's daughter. And obviously, she also knows a publisher, Madeline, and Pulp Fiction is more of your type of thing. So you might want to go for Kathy Shank's daughter if you need some publishing of your writings. But we'll look at some tonight. All right. Was any of you dumb enough to believe anything in the Frank's memo, as defense calls it? Odinites, anyone? Apparently, the defense thought rocks were involved in the murders. Who saw the footnote on page 22? Go check that out. What if is the theme of that hot garbage? Frank's, by the way, is named after a person, not possessive. And only 13 of those 136 pages addressed anything to do with warrant suppression. The rest was a fantastical story about racist skinhead Odinist, not Odinites, and a mentally retarded 45-year-old who acts like an 8-year-old. Wait, I thought you're woke, Madeline. I thought you're woke and you don't believe in using the word retarded. Also, Madeline, are you denying the fact that Odinist, racist skinhead Odinists exist? Because I believe there are some who could prove you wrong immediately, especially in, since you're woke and all, the ACLU and ADL and similar woke organizations also are very much aligned with the absolute fact that white supremacist Odinist freaks exist. So I don't know what the gaslight here is, but it's a thing. Who was all up in arms that no DNA was found at the crime scene from one man, but then you also want to believe that a group of other men were there at the scene too. Oh, Madeline, since you're talking about that, let's talk about the DNA of an unidentified male or males, which is all over the bodies. Let's talk about this specifically. If you look at the graphic that was produced from the statements about where unidentified male DNA was found, it was on the nipples, vagina, and other personal body parts of these girls. But maybe you need this explained for you since you're not a forensic pathologist, that those were the parts of the bodies that were swabbed. What it appears as, Madeline, is that the entire bodies had unknown male DNA outside and inside of them. But of course, you would deny that because you don't know about the case. And obviously, you'd also probably miss the fact that the sister's hair was found pulled out from the root, wrapped around the victim's finger. One of the victims. You'd probably also miss, Madeline, the fact that there were several hairs, and by several I mean dozens, and fibers all over the place when it came to these girls' dead bodies. Okay, so let's move on. Make it make sense. Give it your best shot. I just did. Fun fact. A white supremacist nationalist group doesn't kill two white people. Oh, I'm glad you mentioned that. Let me ask you this, Madeline. Are you saying that white supremacists and biker gangs and cartels never kill individuals of their own race? I think that's where you might be wrong, young lady. Let me explain something to. Well, you're not young. Actually, let's be honest here. You're an old ass bitch. I've seen photos. Sorry for the. Like I said, I left corporate America several years ago. I don't have to censor my speech, and I won't. Let YouTube censor it if it's a problem. This show is not made for children. I clicked that in the behind the scenes YouTube settings so it doesn't go out to anyone under 18 years of age. You understand what I'm saying here? Listen, just so I can help you understand since you're of slow learning. Gangs kill people of their own racial identity all the time. Why? Because they're not killing for racial reasons. They're killing to send a message. Hey, guess what? I know a few cartel members and I've asked them, why do you kill? You know what they said? It's always. Can we put that in all caps for all the slow learners in the back? It's always in all caps to send a message. Okay. Message received, y'all? Raise your hand if you actually read all 136 pages. Oh, that's easy. I did it on a live stream. Actually, I did it on about 20 hours of live streams. I don't know. It was 6 3-hour episodes. Madeline. Yes, it was 6 plus. No, I'm sorry. It was 6 3+ hours episodes. So yeah, it was about 20 hours. It's called the Frank's Memorandum Deep Dive. It's a playlist on my channel. You're welcome to go verify. Not only did I read all 136 pages, I've read it at least 5 times because I read it twice before I did the live stream. Then I did the live stream in which I read it and I thoroughly went through it. And since then, I've read it a few more times on a few additional live streams, especially the pages that refer to Elvis Field's confessions to his sisters, which were polygraphed and verified by the woman who was later found murdered with her child burned up in her house. But of course, you're going to deny that ever happened as well. I doubt if any of you did. And remember, she's, as you see at the top here, it's on the Prof True Crime channel, my backup channel. I doubt if any of you did, judging by the short attention spans I've seen here so far. Really, she's telling you guys this on the Prof's channel. Listen, lady, should I go into our analytics and see how many thousands of hours in the Frank's Memorandum videos that I did were viewed? Because I think you'd be surprised. I think you'd be surprised, Madeline. Just so you know, The analytics prove that it is thousands upon thousands of hours have been watched of all 20 hours of my content. I don't think my viewers have short attention spans. I mean, they sit here for 3 hours every night and watch me. Girl, you tripping. Frank's Red Hot Garbage. Really? Really? Hold on, I'm not done. Really, Madeline? Okay, Frank's Red Hot Garbage. Really, that's funny because it appears to me that the Frank's memorandum is drawn entirely from Discovery. In addition, it is footnoted extensively with references throughout. But since you've never ever been in the sciences and actually have read papers that require footnoting and gone and double checked the footnotes, I'm sure you don't understand how that works. Crime QAnon puts that shit on everything. Well, first of all, let me explain something else to you. QAnon is not a conspiracy theory. Okay, you're going to eventually figure that out one day. QAnon was never a conspiracy theory. Furthermore, it's not QAnon. It's two separate things. There is Q and there is Anon. There are two separate things. And one day you might figure out what it actually was. I'm sure you will at some point. Okay, let's continue. Innocent people don't confess 60 times. Well, let's clarify that. Innocent people might confess 5 times if their family is being threatened with murder and they're being threatened with murder, and on top of the Prozac that they're regularly ingesting, they're being forcibly medicated with Haldol. But of course you wouldn't know that because you've never been inside of a cell. Let me tell you something, young lady. Being inside of a jail cell will totally change your entire life. So figure it out. Maybe you should spend some time there. Innocent people don't tell their own mama when mama doesn't believe them. Why would I say it if I didn't do it? Innocent people don't change their story 5 years later from the original 5-day fresh story that actually matches up with what the witnesses saw. Innocent people don't give evasive answers when asked what they were wearing and where they were parked. I got to chime in on that one too, sweet cheeks. I should tell you something about this. In terms of blue Carhartt jacket, maybe I need to wake you up to this, young lady. You realize that the blue Carhartt jacket was purchased in 2021? 2020? After all, we found the tag of that jacket, had it checked with the factory. That jacket was purchased after 2020. Blue Carhartt jacket. Innocent people don't omit details about being on the bridge to their wife for 5 years. And you believe that one too? You do realize that those murder sheet and the other two in the courtroom who made that statement lied about it, right? Because Kathy later came out and clarified what she actually said and what was said. Pardon. What else was I going to say? Innocent people don't turn their phone off when they're at the trail and then tell police they were looking at their stock ticker. Well, let me tell you something else, sweet cheeks. He no longer owned the phone that he had on that day. So how do you know anything about the phone, sweet cheeks? You're just making that one up. Innocent people don't match the likeness clothing found on their wife's Facebook page, voice, sig, outline under jacket, and then have the bullet from the crime scene forensically match. Well, I'm not even going to address that because you don't understand forensics if you believe that bullet matches that guy. Innocent people don't confess with details only a killer would know. Oh, you mean the white van that Monica Walla fed to him? You're not very smart, lady. Innocent people don't shake their head yes as the guilty verdict is being read. No, that's called acceptance of the fact that you've been fucked over by the prosecutor and the judge and the jury. Okay. By the way, should I explain to them who your employer is and that you're doing this on the clock. Let me explain this for the people who are watching. Because see, because we're not Troll Farm, I didn't call her employer like I could have. Okay. These listen, lady, you realize I have not called your employer and reported that you have been doing all this on the clock? Because all of this is time stamped. You realize that, right? I know where you work. I mean, you're all over the internet. When you say the Rick Allen treatment, you're implying he's innocent. You're just dead wrong. How did you get it so wrong? Do you choose emotion over logic? Are you just a super gullible person? Do you have fact allergies? Science is difficult for you? Blinded by hatred of the man because you're too criminal and don't want to get caught? There's still 3 large elephants in the room. Rick was a 100% bridge guy. Rick's unspent round was found at the scene. First rule of murder, don't confess to murder 60 times, both before and after any psychosis, with the detail only the killer would know. Tell me why you think not. Let's see, you're absolutely insane. And look, just so you know, everyone can screenshot this. Madeline Vallely. Who's paying you? Or maybe I should put it in past tense. It'd be better to ask that way. Who paid you? I mean, we know who's paid others. Is it the same who's paid you? Rick confesses to Kathy on April 3rd, 2023, and it's important confession that really matters. It was before any psychosis. It was a moment of brutal honesty. Let me ask you this, lady. Obviously, you have not read the notes from Mana Koala, because you do realize that on April 3rd, he was experiencing an episode of psychosis, right? Or you just, when you wrote this up to go spam around the internet, including in Reddit, including in other channels, and including in my channel, and I've also found these exact verbatim comments in Facebook. So before you authored this, you didn't go and fact check your own gaslighting PR talking points? Anyway, you go on and on and on and on about Rick's confession, blah, blah, blah. I'm not even going to dwell on it. They can screenshot it. And remember, this is November 28th. Okay? Or she actually did it on November 27th. November 28th is when I screenshot it. That's why I left up the screenshots. Okay. I mean, that's why I left the timestamp, is what I'm trying to say. Ooh, that's rich. That's rich. Whoa, baby, you bringing the heat tonight. Speaking of Honey Pritchett, do you know who Honey Pritchett is? Do you know who Honey Pritchett is? What are you talking about? Who is are you causing disruptions, Melissa? Wait, who is saying? No, I'm sorry. I don't want to call me the wrong name. Who says it's not showing up? Oh, it's Christina. Christina, are you telling me this isn't that I'm showing on the screen you're not seeing? Surely you can see what I'm putting on my home screen. It's on my screen. Technology's not that good, is it? All right, sorry. I don't mean to dwell on this. I'm supposed to be going fast through this because I have so much. Okay. As you can see, my most beautiful, amazing YouTube creator that exists, It's a New Day, gives her a good whooping Gives her a good whipping, right? It's a New Day gives her a whooping. You are not going to say anything that I can't write a book on and debunk. It's a New Day. Congrats. Boom. All right. Yeah, it's a New Day. She's like my YouTube inspiration in shit posting. Go away and stop wasting air that civilized, rational, and free-thinking individuals need to survive. Go back to your safe group think and continue to hand your liberties away. Yes. Oh my God. The Mark Roberts troll farm. Oh gosh. Oh my gosh. I'm killing me. I'm killing me. But she comes back at It's a New Day with the Fury. Do you even know the difference between what Rick told Ellie in 2017 versus 2022? Or just ignore it so you can defend a fellow criminal? Do you believe what Rick said in 2022? Rick's 2017 admission versus his 2022 lies. Oh, she wants to bring attention to Dan Doolin's unsubstantiated allegations. Hey, let's do that. Oh, Christina, I'm highlighting Madeline's post right here on the screen. It's not about, you're confused. Oh my gosh, you're having the most blondish moment ever. Yes, I agreed. Okay. Okay, Matt. Geez. Oh, how I dare I do it to you. Oh, Christina. Oh, Christina. Yes. Okay, agreed, Christina. Blonde moment. Okay. Let's get back to this. 2017, 5 days after the murder. Okay, here goes our lunatic troll farm. He says he was at the trails from 1:30 to 3:30. He parked at CBS. He walked down to the bridge and back. He saw the witnesses that saw him. He was looking at the stock ticker. No, chick. Let me clear this up for you right now, since you're special ed. And since you're doing this on the clock, which I'm sure your employer would not be happy about. I'm not going to talk about New York University, by the way. Look, Looney Tunes. He said nothing. Dan Doolin alleges that he said. Let me ask you this. You do realize that Dan Doolin recorded all of his interactions that he would have with civilians or citizens? Mm-hmm. Why not Rick Allen? You do realize that Dan Doolin takes handwritten notes for all of these interactions, right? As well. Yeah, really? Question. Why not Rick Allen? So, question here. You do realize that Dan Doolin is the only source to verify these claims. You see, this is what I call a lack of due diligence. And you're an attorney? Really? I have a question. Who pays you? All right, let me continue. Yes, exactly, heavy metal. All these people believe every single thing about this case is one big coincidence. And I mean everything, like every aspect of the timeline, every lie the family told, everything that has happened with the biker clubs, everything that's happened with the law enforcement, the fucking deleting of 70 days of evidence, the deleting of DNA, the continuous destruction of Kelsey's DNA, the blah, 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 the third voice on the audio recording, the entire troll farm being paid by the family, all of those things. Sure, everything's a coincidence, young lady. Thank you, Heavy Metal, for reminding us of that. That's why you up in here. That's why you out here with a wrench. Oh, thank you, Silence. That's why she out here with a wrench too. Yeah, the fires, all the fires. So yeah, Stephanie Thompson. Oh, coincidence. Coincidence. Oh yeah, Flora House. Oh, coincidence. Coincidence. All right, so let me get out of here. Let's continue with this. 2022, he said he was there. Oh, this is actually verifiable. This is actually verifiable because this actually exists. So let's take what is verifiable. Okay, what is verifiable? He said he was there from noon to 1:30. Verified. He said he parked at Mears entrance. Well, I don't know if he actually said that because I haven't seen that aspect, but did he? He walked on the platform one and looked at fish. He saw the witnesses that saw him. No, he said he saw how many girls? Okay, let's get you right on that one. Because see, you like how you like twisting everything? How many girls did he say he saw? Question for all you idiots in the back. That means uniparty, uniparty, uniparty. You know, those who hate the prof. Let me ask you this. How many did he say he saw that day? How many say they saw him? Something not adding up here? Rebecca, I'm gonna get out my ruler and I'm gonna slap you on the wrist for that. Okay, I'm gonna be an old school nun and I'm gonna fip you. I'm gonna fip your ass. Okay. All right, let's continue, chick. All right. He said he was wearing blue jeans. Well, that's a check. I mean, doesn't everyone wear blue jeans? Oh, hold on. Wait a second, because I'm being stupid. What am I wearing tonight? Let's see. Yeah. You know, I mean, it's not like blue jeans is a common item to wear, just like a t-shirt. I mean, all right. Uh, blue or black Carhartt style jacket with hood. Yes, the one that was purchased in 2020 or 2021. You mean? That's that are you type of, or maybe he doesn't know because it was so long ago. And shoes, which could have been boots. Yeah, which probably means he owns some of either. Madeline, bad news. I own shoes and boots too. So if you'd asked me what I was wearing on let me see. Let's think. Let's think. Okay, Prof, what were you wearing on February 17th, 2017? Oh, I don't know. It could have been shoes or boots. It could have been a button-up shirt, or maybe not. It could have been blue jeans or slacks. Why, Prof? I don't know, because that's what I own. Anyway, I'm going to let this go. Okay. I could obsess over it. It's here. You know, I have all these. It's here. It's actually still in my channel because you know why? I'm such a champ. I didn't delete them. I didn't delete these because I wanted you all to be able to go and let her know she was a lunatic. But as you see, look at it. It goes on. And listen, I don't think you guys get my point here. Let me go back. Okay, we're starting over. Remember, this is under a video. Okay, simply did a video. And I woke up one morning to all of this. Watch it. Watch. Watch. Please watch. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. Look at nobody, nothing, representing like a motherfucker right here. Okay. 15. Are you getting my point with this person? 15 pages. 15 pages from an attorney in New York of troll farm talking points. But I'm crazy. Hey, Crystal Lynn, welcome into the channel. Yeah. Oh, Megan, that's the comment of the night. Yeah, that's the comment of the night. Yeah, that's the comment of the night. She sent her own troll farm memorandum. Troll farm memorandum. Yes. And listen, here's the funny thing, because you know I'm thorough, right? So I go to Reddit. I'm not lying, you guys. I'm not lying. Okay, I'm not lying. I go to Reddit. I find verbatim the exact same 15 pages. Yeah. It's true. It's true. So I also screenshot all that to document for you. I'm not kidding. 15 pages from an attorney from New York University in New York, copy and pasted onto Reddit, onto my channel on YouTube, onto another channel on YouTube, and I actually saw it on Facebook. Like I said, I think I only read 3 pages. Do you realize? Like, look at all of this. Look at all of this. Over and 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 over. 15 pages. But sure. That's just what normal people do who care about the Delphi murders. Sure, there's no troll farm. All right. All right, so what is the prof going to do now? So I got my other things. Let's see. Let me see what this is before I even start. Let's see. All right. Like I said, if you think I'm making shit up because, like, okay, what's your point, Prof? You just said, okay. Here's my deal. Because I'm the conspiracy theorist, woman-hating, racist, nutcase, whack job who's discrediting the Free Rick Allen movement, since that's what I am. And I'm also a bad father and whatever else, right? When all I ever do is show you the facts. And like I said, these retards who released this video, all I said was, you've confused the people. Tell the people the truth. And let's be honest here. What did I do? I got you answers. I gave you the answers. You wanted to know who posted this video. I told you with receipts. Because I think it's important to be complete. Listen, we're at a point in this case when the most important thing in the world is to be completely transparent, 1,000%, to show everything. Because it's at this point that, look, you know, the defense, look, can we be real here? Because are we stupid or something? I think we need a reality check. This is called the red pill. This is called the poison. That is medicine. Okay. We're at a point where the defense is not going to solve this. It's not. The defense is not going to solve this. Defense ain't going to solve it, and the mean girls ain't going to solve it. Obviously, the prosecution is not going to solve it. So if you want to know why I act like an insane maniac while I'm mean, here's why I am mean. I believe that the only thing that's going to solve this is the full public disclosure is going to show the people it is what it is. But that's a bitter pill to swallow, isn't it? Because if you've hitched your horse to the defense team, grooming the fuck out of them, stroking their egos, sucking their dicks, whatever it is you've done to get your inside scoop on the defense from the defense team, wake up call. Defense ain't doing shit for this case anymore, and neither is appellate. The only thing that's going to do anything for this case is open source intel. You know what that is, right? The trolls certainly do. As I've said, the truth about the Delphi murders has been out there since day one on the open public internet. That's why I believe it's absolutely essential to be completely transparent. Anyway, so let's take a look at some. Tina Rodell. Another group of people who were not investigated by Carroll County law enforcement or the Unified Command. That means Steve Mullen. I've shown you this at least 10 times before. Geez, I'm getting hungry. Oh, guys, I'm hungry. Did my stream crash? Hold on a minute. I'm having a problem finding my own stream here. Oh, we're good to go. Sorry. The computer was glitching. Claims made by Tina Rodell regarding Megan Allen and the Kokomo Crew guys. She believed there were drugs in the trunk of the car. What the hell? Come on, y'all. Where's my little... There we go. Tina believed there was a car with a paper license plate. Paper plate. Again, paper plate on a white car. Drugs in the trunk. Possibly trail cams in the trunk. By the way, a guy who was pulled over days later with a 16-year-old in the trunk. I mean, in the car. She believed there were drugs. She called Lesenby, oddly enough. You remember the guy who let Diener write the safekeeping order? Tina said the men with her daughter were these guys. Right? I don't have to name them. It's right there. But here's where it gets rich. Tina said her daughter, Megan Allen, called her from the Monon High Bridge on the 13th. Question, when did those girls, Abby and Libby, allegedly go missing? Oh, right, the 13th. She also alleged that when Megan Allen came home on the 15th, which is after the 14th, which is the day those bodies were found, right? What's up, Jim Chrisman? Yeah. Are you talking about some indigestion to follow? All right, let's keep going. But she says her daughter, who's there on the 13th at the Monon High Bridge Trail at a party with a bunch of guys, see all these guys smoking meth and raping. She alleges her daughter was raped and beaten by the men as an initiation. Oh, oddly enough, who else said they were part of an initiation? Are we talking about Elvis Fields and Rod Abrams and whoever? Weren't they also initiated? It was rumored it was for the sons of Odin. Oh, really? Odin. So this is before we knew anything about the Odinist in this crime. You all do realize that this is years before the Frank's memorandum dropped. Listen, this is for all of you in the back who are slow learners. This that you're looking out at now is from years before the Frank's memorandum. Do you understand the significance, the weight of this? Years before the Frank's memorandum. Immediately after the murders, Tina Rodell was telling everyone there were drugs in a white car with a paper plate. Leatherby was called and did nothing. Steve Mullen was called and did nothing. The men were these guys from the Kokomo area, drug dealers, meth heads. Tina said her daughter called from Mona and Highbridge on the 13th. And when Megan came home, oddly enough, on the 15th, the day after the 14th, she was not good. She was raped and beaten by the sons of Odin as part of initiation. Tina shared that Delphi murders could have been an act of revenge from the cartel against Libby's dad for ratting on Christy Lynn Martin via the cartel. It's rumored that Eric Alter, associated with the crew, along with Abby's uncle, Libby's dad, possibly Garrett Kurtz and Anthony Greeno. Tina said Cheyenne and Cheryl were there with the group and may have witnessed the crime. Oh, but I'm a conspiracy theorist. Tina also said Josh Hewitt may have been with the group. He told Megan Allen, who started the Flora fires, and that the assault initiation happened at the Mears barn near the bridge, that Derek German, Libby's dad, tipped off Christy Lynn Martin. Ripped off Christy Lynn Martin. You've got these guys camping out at the bridge the night before. Read it and weep, folks. People were making meth and stuff out there. There's also a rumor that Robert was dating Cheyenne, unconfirmed. Megan and Keegan went to the bridge that day, met with Kokomo crew people. They had a drug war motive against Libby's dad. Do you see these things years before the Frank's memorandum? These people are tied to the Sinaloa cartel. Do you understand now? Or do I have to say it more explicitly specific for the retards in the back, since I'm a conspiracy theorist making shit up and I'm discrediting the Free Rick Allen movement? Unfortunately, this woman's home and life's involvement in this tale is not over. The day before the killings, two persons came over to visit her daughter, Megan Allen. These persons were Keegan Callis and Tyler Joe French. The two picked up Megan and took off to go to the woods, that means the High Bridge, by the bridge, supposedly to cook up methamphetamine. Wasn't it Carrie Timmons who said, I think there were guys cooking meth in the woods out there that day, and maybe the girls went into it and something went wrong? Which is kind of similar to the pig roast story, but I'm making up 100 conspiracy theories. Sure. The notion that there were meth cookers in the woods that afternoon led to all sorts of what Robert Lindsay called the meth theory, which is Prof's number one theory. By the way, for all you retards in the back who like to say Prof's an idiot, yes, I'm a believer in the meth theory. Most of those dealers and cookers, and apparently 3 people above, killing the 2 girls for all sorts of possible reasons, mostly that the girls happened upon the meth in the woods cooking operation. Oh, isn't that what Eric Williams says? It was a meth lab the girls walked into. One of them went crazy and shit went wrong. Isn't that what Eric Williams said? Who is Eric Williams? I don't know. Figure it out. course, Robert Lindsay gave up on this theory because he didn't know he didn't know then what we know now. Nevertheless, 2 to 12 a.m. and noon to 2, they were gone cooking meth, raping, gang raping, initiating, filming. Oh yeah, they were filming. All of these people were high on meth and heroin and spice for 3 to 5 days, and all use benzodiazepine that is known for pretty much erasing your memory. The daughter, Megan, came home late, beaten up, and complained that she had been beaten and gang raped at some point. Yeah, she was also full of rashes from the meth. Possibly poison ivy. People thought this may have happened in the woods, maybe when the girls were being killed. But this gang rape probably occurred somewhere else. Yeah, she said in the gray barn at the Mears property. Hello. Anyway, she was a willing partner in a gang rape. The gang appears to be Aryan Brotherhood white supremacists, Sons of Odin organization, Odinist, bikers. Megan became a property of the gang. So they sold her. Okay, they sold her. See, they sold her for a while. In the aftermath of the 3-day ordeal, Megan reportedly confessed in part to the murders of the girls, stating that she wanted to know what it felt like to stab someone, so she stabbed someone, Abby. She did not know who she stabbed, Abby, when or where. Furthermore, all of their minds were as good as erased for the 3-day period due to the benzo ingestion. I'm not sure if her confession has been turned into the police. Well, the statement that I've seen supplemented with other screenshots is that she said she stabbed Abby while staring her in the eyes. I've shown you that screenshot before too. Hey, none of this I'm making up. None of this I'm fantasizing. All of this is receipts. Oh, really? Is my setting right? Oh, God damn it. I have a You see, there's a stupid setting in this app. Hold on. Because I did not set this to confuse me. This just messed up my entire stream. Yeah, it did. It did. I see the camera setting. Mirror my camera. Don't mirror my camera. What the fuck? All right, you all. Thank you, Iva Papas, for drawing my attention to the fact that my the app had the app had independently done that to me, and now it's ruined the entire previous hour, because it's very important that you're looking at this, right? So thanks to the app for messing me up. Hey, all I'm doing is reading shit off of Reddit. Do you understand what this is? I'm sorry that happened, because I thought I was over here thinking I'm pointing at the right shit, because I'm looking at my screen and the screen's looking like I'm doing the right job. I hate that setting. Mirror my camera. How many times do I have to unclick that button for it to listen to me? Okay, let me do it the right way. Can I point at the right thing? This is what you all should have been looking at. Okay. All of these things that I'm putting on the screen. I apologize. This is like it's a come on, it's trying to sidetrack me. He's trying to sidetrack me. Goddamn mirror my camera setting on a fucking StreamYard. Okay. But hey, one thing you know, let me make this explicit for you. I grabbed this all off of the internet, which means it's all on the internet. This stuff right here is from the Robert Lindsay website. The previous stuff was from the Reddit. Okay. Yeah. No. Middle finger for the mirror my camera setting. It's the worst setting in the world because I need to be able to see what you're seeing, you know, and it mirror my camera inverts it. But let's keep looking. Okay. So remember, this is from the Robert Lindsay website. He believed this is a false confession. He says Megan does not seem capable of murdering those girls. Well, I didn't say she murdered them. Hey, that girl could have been dead. Here's the deal. You can always stab a dead body, can you not? Let's be real here. Does the fact that she's put a knife in a girl's neck mean that she killed the girl? That girl could have... My theory is this. Abby's already dead. She's laid there. And they say, go stab her. So she goes stab the dead body, which means, how does Abby die? Well, it's a good question, isn't it? All right, let's keep looking. Of course, he goes on and projects his own feelings into this shit, which you should never do. She has no details about this stabbing. Yes, she does. She said she stabbed the girl in the neck and pulled it out. Well, oddly enough, that's exactly what Abby has. Remember, Abby's not butchered like Libby is. Abby's not throat slashed. Abby's merely stabbed in the neck. Kind of odd. Megan does not seem capable. Oh, really? Would you say that about anyone? How would you know who's capable or not? Anyone's capable of doing anything. These guys are pretty lively men. I cannot see them murdering these girls, especially for no particular reason. Well, that's where you're also projecting your feelings into the situation. The woman has been interviewed by both the FBI and ISP. No, that's not true. That's not true. They attempted to do so, and she was so bazonkers out of her mind, they left her alone and never followed up, which goes back to ineffective investigation by the Indiana State Police. And the Unified Command. We do not know what has come of this. Well, I'll tell you what's come of it. They never followed up on the investigation, okay? Intentionally, because they never wanted these murders solved. Our information now is that Ellie does not believe the meth theory of the murders is a valid hypothesis. Of course they don't, because they are married to the idea of a lone wolf killer bridge guy, who they say is Richard Allen, and who the other side says is Ron Logan, but who is neither, and who we don't even know is the only perpetrator or even a perpetrator in this crime. This is all a guess. As far as Megan Allen goes, at some point she sold to a man up in Wisconsin. She had to go up there and live with this man who bought her for a month or so. Later, she was in rehab. This woman makes a lot of dubious choices, has terrible friends, and has gotten herself into a heap of trouble, but I don't think she's a murderer. Well, that's what you get for thinking. And now that Tina Rodell and Megan Allen have rebonded and put this behind them, now Tina Rodell does not cooperate. And here's some information from Reddit, from where this comes from. Here's some more information I found on Reddit. Oh, look at that. Gabe Ellis is part of Sons of Odin. Oh, Odinist, Odinite, Odinist, Odin a report, Frank's memorandum. Is someone understanding that there's something of concern here? No, I'm all on my own here. Biker clubs, biker Harley Davidson, Hell's Angels, Outlaws, i- along with his buddy Kyle Stacy, Brad Holder, and many of the Kokomo crew associates. Gabe Ellis and Tyler Joe French were both drug dealers that were in the same drug ring as family members of both Libby and Abby. Confirmed. Confirmed. Do I need to say it again for the idiots in the back? Confirmed. This drug human trafficking ring allegedly includes Lafayette and Delphi City Police, Indiana State Police, judges, business owners who help with the money laundering. They may have connections to a Mexican drug cartel. But I'm the conspiracy theorist. Well, Prof. Funny thing, Prof. I don't think you came up with any of this, did you? No, I didn't. Oh, where'd you find this? Oh, all over the internet, and every single local who's ever contacted me says the same story. Oh, Prof, why do you come on the internet and show everyone receipts from the past 7 years of the Delphi murders from the locals? I don't know. Let's see. Gabe Ellis is pulled over with an underage girl. It was a 2001 gray Grand Am with expired paper plates. The same plate number was written down from the 2012 Dodge Dart at the abandoned CPS building. These damn receipts. Oh, Prof is just a troublemaker. He's just confusing people. He's a conspiracy theorist. He's making the Free Richard Allen movement look like a bunch of lunatics. He's discrediting all of us by asking us to be accountable for our own actions. I mean, after all, these are only from your locals who were living there before, during, and after the murders. By there, out there means Simone and Highbridge, Ron Logan's property. But like I said, cooking meth at Monon High Bridge on February 13th. No, he's just making shit up. He's defamation. Defamation. Girl, you called me from Monon High Bridge on the 13th, and this is the first time I've ever spoke your name through this shit. Have your 3 guy friends been cleared from Abby and Libby? Prof's making it up. I saw a conversation between 3 people on February 15th, 2017. Let's see what this is. You kill me too. No, you two kill me on Reddit. A kid was saying she was there when the girls were attacked. You know what's funny? Julie Melvin told me she actually saw this in real time. So we'll get back to that later. It didn't make sense. Why would a killer bring someone who could be a witness, commit a murder, and just let them go? Sounded crazy, like a hoax or something. But I've always felt that it was important. 5 years ago, there was a woman in one of the Delphi groups who made some comments about some men and her daughter. That's Tina Rodell, Megan Allen. I called her recently to get the story. Her story could explain the conversation I found, and it made more sense to me now. Look up Tina Bogard Rodell, Kokomo Crew. Yeah, Cheyenne is Jennifer's pseudo stepdaughter. She has a sister named Carol, has a brother named Thomas, who has a mom named Jennifer Barnes Dean. Thomas Miller is a pyromaniac. Cheyenne and Carol are also related to the Pink Cards, have close members of the family that are verified friends with two specific ladies involved in the fundraising efforts for the Florida girls. Ooh, that's rich. Also, Jennifer is well acquainted with the two fundraising ladies. Also, Joyce from the fundraiser is close with Jennifer's uncle Dewan, who is her closest adult relative since her mother passed away. Specifically, the defense requested certain geofencing evidence that at least 3 persons were in or around the crime scene at the time when the murders were taking place. And none of the owners of those phones, Browns, were any connection to Richard Allen Brown's. This geofencing evidence would provide evidence of the following scenarios, Browns. Those persons walking with the phones, Browns, are witnesses that would have observed the murders and they were taking place, and none of them have been identified. And none of them have identified Richard Allen Brown. Those persons walking with the phones were witnesses who observed nothing, as the murders did not take place February 13th, but the victims were taken away from the crime scene and brought back to the crime scene after the search was called off in the darkness of the midnight hour. C, those persons walking with the phones were participants in the murders. Hey, who knows? Anything could be correct because we don't know anything because they were never looked into. Said geofencing evidence was so important that somebody involved in the investigation created a map. Kevin Horan. Kevin Horan with the FBI at the time, he's now a independent contractor. Kevin Horan created the map for the FBI, plotted the movements of the persons with these phones, including the movements that show us that one of these persons was within 60 to 100 yards of the crime scene, meaning right at the crime scene at the time when the murders would have allegedly been committed, according to law enforcement's timeline. The phones, once again, had no connection to Richard Allen. Furthermore, the map shows that the 2 other phones and the persons carrying those phones were in and around that exact crime scene on Ron Logan's property between 12:39 p.m. and 5:49 p.m. Coincidentally, at 5:44 p.m., that headphone jack was activated on the victim's phone. But I'm sure that's a coincidence as well, right? Hold on, I'm having an issue with someone here. You're not Tammy Martin. You're a troll. I have to deal with the troll right now. Hold on. Because there's a Tammy Martin troll in here who's pretending to be Tammy Martin. Let me deal with Tammy Martin because you're not my Tammy Martin. Let me deal with this cunt. Let's see. Go to channel. Sure, I'll go to Tammy Martin's channel. Let's see. Created when? Oh, created today. Oddly enough, I want you all to see that. See, Tammy Martin created today. Tammy Martin, let me tell you something. Do you have an issue with the fact that I'm a adult human being who could drink wine when I so choose to, especially after a wonderful dinner like I've just had? Especially when I've been gang stalked all day by a bunch of fucking retards on the case. That means the Unraveling girls and the troll farm. See, Tammy, you're a troll. And my coffee tastes really delicious right now. because it's allowing me to continue doing my show for the people who wants to actually watch it. Since you're trying to derail the bad news that I'm delivering for the Delphi murders. You know, you like coming after my dead brother, my living brother, my adult son, and my infant son, and you like coming after my mother and my father, and showing my house, doxing my name, basically doing everything you shouldn't do to another human being who's trying to advocate for two little dead girls. And actually, like I said, it's 6 or 8, because honestly, I consider the Flora 4 as victims of this same group. So do I, the Evansdale girls. Like, this is clearly has been the same group, has been killing all kind of children in this Midwest area. Okay. So if you want to shame me for being an adult, you're going to have to find something different, because you all are meth heads. You understand that? And I don't care what you have to say. Now, back to the fact that I'm actually covering pertinent information that the community has given up over the years that you all want everyone to ignore. Let's look at this. Remember, this is from the motion to compel and request from sanctions, because we're talking about all that's been hidden from the world by this corrupt law enforcement. And if you're going to say this law enforcement isn't corrupt, look, let's hit the reset button. Let's hit the reset button for you. You had Tony Liggett. I want you all to understand how significant this is. You had Tony Liggett. Yeah, I really need you guys out there in this world to understand how significant this is, because I don't think you understand. Like, for me, this is so significant, it actually boggles the mind. This is the type of thing that makes you want to give up and never speak again on this case. Honestly, this is what it does to me. It hurts. It hurts real bad. You had Tony Liggett take the stand. And he was allowed to say to the people of the world and to the 12 jurors that those girls on the tape said, "See, this is the path, that be a gun." Like, for real, does that not make you want to cry that he did that? In the case of justice for these two little dead girls, that guy, this adult human being, this adult male human being in a position of authority with a uniform on, was allowed to take the stand from a position of authority, declare that what is said on that recording is, "See, this is the path, that be a gun." When any of you, and I mean any of you, any person in the world at this point can play that video and put on headphones, and you can hear for yourself that what is said is, "See, this is the path that we go down." Listen to me, because you all are so immature. You actually need admonishing like little children. Do you understand that these girls' last moments are caught on this recording? Do you understand that the very last words that they were allowed to utter are documented on this recording. And those words are, see, this is the path that we go down. There's no path going there, so we have to go down here. Yet, law enforcement was allowed, and the prosecutor allowed it. Knowingly. And you're okay with that. Trolls, you're okay with the fact that law enforcement in a U farm was allowed to take the stand and lie about those girls' last words. You're okay with that. It's not like they have thousands of words left that they can utter. These are the absolute final words that these girls have given the world. And you cannot respect that enough to allow those words to stand on their own. And you meth head troll farm have the nerve to come on the internet and harass, dox, abuse, threaten, slander, defame, discredit people who say respect their memories. I'm just saying, it's really strange behavior. There's no that be a gun. And whoever would say that is completely disrespecting the memories of those two girls. And it's a shame. But it's troll farm approved. Anyway, from this motion to compel, why is it that the defense has to beg for and never receive all of Derek German's interviews, all of Kelsey German's phone dumps, and interviews, which we know there were multiple, but I'm a family blamer. All of Cody Patty's phone dumps and interviews, and these two images that exist, but which the state of Indiana, no comment. We are talking about a photo of Abby on the bridge. See? Interviews or reports of Kyle Smith. Analysis, including whether or not the state of Indiana believes that Abby walking on the bridge photo is legit. Phone dumps from another fucking phone belonging to either of the victims. That's not the one phone that's been alleged. See, Jay. Geofence victim. Oh, but I'm crazy. I'm crazy. We have reason to believe that Richard Allen is not the only person involved in this case, that there may be other actors, says Nick McClelland. Oh, but I'm crazy. I'm showing you receipts, but it's make-believe, conspiracy theories, discrediting the Free Richard Allen movement. Bridge guy. They are not the same person, sketch 1 and sketch 2. The person depicted in the originally released sketch is not presently a person of interest. Makes sense to you? But I'm sure this is just nothing, right? Because it's more important that I'm drinking Malbec while coping with 6 hours of gang stalking on Twitter. Yeah. Keegan Kline admitted to driving to Delphi with his father. Keegan Kline waited in the vehicle while his father went into the woods. Vito testified. Keegan Kline stated Tony Kline returned to the vehicle, had blood on him. Roland Purdy further testified. Keegan Kline admitted they discarded a knife in a river, but he said the wrong bridge. A witness reported seeing a different vehicle, not Allen's Ford Focus, but rather a 1965 Ford Comet, parked outside the CPS building at 2:15, but this detail was omitted in the affidavit. But I'm a conspiracy theorist. The vehicle Betsy Blair saw looked nothing like a black Ford Focus. The shape had sharper angles. Again, Betsy Blair provided this description, angular in appearance, directly to Liggett. Liggett was fully aware that Betsy Blair described another vehicle. As a matter of fact, look down here. She even provided a sketch of the side profile of the car observed at the CPS building at 2:15, featuring the sharp angles the car possessed. But I'm making it all up. Also, she told Liggett to his face that the man she observed was wearing a lighter colored coat and was covered in mud. But I'm making it all up. This is a conspiracy theory. This is a nutcase. An incel with 2 children, by the way. A woman hater with 2 baby mamas who love me, by the way. Can't talk about anything relevant. Sons of Odin, Odinism, cult ritualistic killing, sacrifice, initiation, Brad Holder, Patrick Westphal, Johnny Messer, Elvis Fields, Red Ned Smith, Rod Abrams, Keegan Kline, Tony Kline, Ron Logan, Todd Click, geofencing, criminal histories, mislabeling of files by Kathy Shank and Steve Mullen. Can't talk about either the fact that those girls' bodies were, according to the state, those girls' bodies were there for 19 hours, which included at least 7 hours of daylight. But sure, Not finding the bodies for 19 hours, including the 7 hours of daylight plus, there's nothing to be alarmed about. Tobe Lesenby says, I think I'll leave that question unanswered. Back in April, you mentioned a smudged fingerprint. Is that a piece of evidence? There were some fingerprints collected. Uh, I don't know how stupid you are in the back of the room, you know, the troll farm, the mean girls. Let's have a little reality check here. There were some fingerprints collected, says Tobe. But again, practically every crime scene has got fingerprints. Same with DNA. You have DNA. Yeah, we don't know. We haven't. No, we. Let me ask you this, since you're all so smart. This is for the women. Since I'm a woman hater, let me ask you this. This is coming from a woman hater. Because since women are above all reproach, since you cannot question women when they do stupid shit, if you're a man, let me ask you this question. Do women ever kill? Have there ever been women known to be involved in murders? Women killers. I guess it never happens, right? Well, okay, that makes sense. It makes sense then why Carroll County Unified Command would never, ever look for DNA or any other evidence of women potentially being involved in this crime. Because we all know that women have never, ever been involved in any murders. I see the haters are coming in because they can't handle the truth. Okay, you can't handle the truth, so you want to come in. Keep trying to come in. The thing you can't handle is that women do commit murders. So every crime scene should be checked for both male perpetrator DNA and fingerprints and everything else, and female forensics. But of course, in Delphi, they don't care about a female perpetrator. They're never going to look for women, which is potentially why this crime is not solved. But of course, we all know the YouTubers, the Twitter shit talkers, and all the cult members cannot handle women being held accountable for this dumb shit. So, of course, I'm a woman hater. Women are infallible, beyond reproach. Don't ever question a woman, especially that one. And of course, because you stupid bitches don't understand that I'm sitting here for 3 hours a night, 5 nights a week, 4 nights a week, whatever it might be. See, you can do all your mean girl shit in your little fucking Discord as if you're contributing. I actually have sat here for countless hours, shown people receipts, and convinced people that something is wrong here. And like I said, how many lives have you saved in your little fucking text chains? So you can come in here trolling if you want. Like I said, it should be really telling that I get prosecution trolls and I get defense trolls. Huh? But being mean girls is good enough. The September 4th, 2024 order denies Richard Allen the ability to present a defense, violating both state and federal constitutions. On September 18th, 2023, you remember right before they gang stalked, attacked, and took down the channel of Meow, as she is affectionately known by some of her followers. You remember before Kyle Fortson killed himself over the same type of fuckery that these assholes have participated in? You remember this guy who's killed himself, and there's been another guy who's killed himself and his baby mama with leaving a 1-year-old behind. You know, they want to pretend that never happened over leaks that they were involved in. But they have the nerve to try to come, discredit me, shame me, sidetrack me, ostracize me. You see, I wasn't involved in the fuckery that got him killed. I wasn't involved in the fuckery that got the other ones killed. Can't say the same for you guys. So shove that up your asses. And again, this is free speech. Listen, the fact that you try to censor my speech because I was an educator, you guys will never get it. You guys will never get it. I don't expect you to, and I don't want you to. But keep trying your fuck games, your fuck shit, like I call it. September 18th, first Frank's motion. See? Left no doubt that the defense would be claiming sons of Odin or Odinist were involved in the murders, or white supremacists, or gangsters, or bikers, or local meth dealers. Call it what you want. It's all the same thing. That at least 3 law enforcement officers, Todd Click, Kevin Murphy, Greg Ferenczi, who was killed by an Odinist, despite what these same retards want you to believe, he was an Odinist, is an Odinist, who's now claiming mental incompetency. And oddly enough, the court system in Indiana is giving him the excuse of not mentally fit to stand trial. But Richard Allen was eating his own shit, and he's just fine, though. But I'm wrong. I'm the one who's wrong because I say mean words about stupid people. Okay. In spite of the prosecutor knowing defendant Allen's third-party defense, prosecution waited over 7 months before filing the motion in limine. That's called derailing his defense. That was all intentional, his strategy. Okay? Furthermore, in the motion in limine, April 29, 2024, the prosecution requested the court prevent the defense from talking about anything relevant. You see? But there are some heroes. There are some heroes like Matt Sullivan. And look, hey, Matt's one of those who has been so harassed, gang stalked, and threatened that he's been run off the case. He'll probably tell you that himself. But Matt's one of my low-key heroes on the Delphi case. Why? Because of shit like this. Now, let me give it to you line by line, because I just love when the shit is salty. That's why I love drinking their tears. I do. I love it when they're upset. They're only upset because you're over the target. They get upset. In 2014 and 15, Derek German was arrested and convicted of multiple counts of manufacturing and distribution of meth, including to the Becky Patty sister and Anna Williams. Did y'all know that? You'll find out. This is hardly his first offense, well after being labeled a recidivist criminal by the courts. He took a plea deal that saw him cooperate with the DEA, FBI, and ISP, says Matt Sullivan. Instead of getting 20 years, he got a mere 1,100 days, but it gets even better. Listen to this. Instead of getting 20 years, our favorite little judge, he suspended the sentence and commuted his sentence to just 1 day. So instead of getting 20 years, he got 1 day. You guys out there understanding that? I need you to listen because I know that you're fucking idiots out there. You don't listen. Instead of getting 20 years, the plea deal got him 1 day. Time served. Wowie, what a nice guy, right? Wrong. You see, Derek got his supply from Gabriel Ellis, who has ties to the Sinaloa drug cartel out of Chicago. Where's the lie? Gabe Ellis is a bad man with bad intentions. A child predator and a violent felon, one who has at least 10 previous criminal charges throughout the years, all drug, sexual violence, and child predator related, says Matt Sullivan. But get this. Bouts ensured that he was never locked up, so he would get a few months here and there for charges that should see him locked up for years. Keep in mind now that Fouts jailed 80-plus-year-old Ron Logan for 4 years for a driving offense. Of course, you see what I'm getting at, says Matt Sullivan. Anyway, Ellis, in my opinion, sought revenge with Derek through his daughter. This is why Libby was desecrated like that. Only months earlier, another girl, Karina McClurkin, an 18-year-old from Kokomo, went missing, last seen near this piece of shit, says Matt Sullivan. Keep in mind, his vehicle at the time, a white Pontiac Grand Am, was likely the one also described by investigators as being parked at the former CPS lot near the trails on February 13, 2017, with paper plates. It's our job to point the finger at Carroll County, who have done nothing but work to protect themselves by stalling closure for the families and for the public, says Matt Sullivan. But I'm sure you all think this is a conspiracy theory, just like all of the above. That all adds up. And sure, Ron Logan Lone Wolf killed these girls. Or Richard Allen. But I didn't mean to show you these. These are done. Okay. Next. Also from Sully. I'm not saying that she had a phone that day, but several contacts of Matt Sullivan, including one in a well-known group who recently ran into the arms of Becky Patty, confirmed that she had a phone, likely against the knowledge of her mother. And this is talking about Abby. and that it was in fact a member of the Patties that secretly got her this phone. Again, let's read it again. Matt Sullivan was alleging in regards to Abby having a phone. Several contacts, including one in a well known group who recently ran into the arms of Pecky Batty, confirmed that Abby had a phone, likely against the knowledge of her mother, and that it was in fact a member of the Batty household that secretly got her this phone. Did she use this to communicate with someone before the murders when she was there? Was she there with her phone? I think we already know the answer based upon Libby being made a hero by law enforcement for staying with her friend when she could have left. It appears to show this person might have been catfishing Abby to get the girls out to the trail system. Pecky was recently asked by these group hypocrites about a phone. Pecky Batty confirmed that yes, she had one, that she was not allowed to use it all the time. Pecky Batty likewise denied that she had gotten her the phone. Well, I seem to remember a video out on the back deck where Pecky Batty says, Mike, I I called your phone. Pecky likewise denied that she had gotten her the phone. Maybe Anna did know, but they've denied it for years. So who do we believe? Wake up call. There were several devices found out there. Do y'all know that? Oh, it's a fact. Now I ask you this. Do you remember the filing I read for you not so long ago, which referenced other devices and a belt and some cigarette butts? You know, motion to preserve specific evidence. I mean, I don't want to have to pull it up again, but I surely could if I wanted to. Let me see. Do I have it ready to go? And this is on the fly, you know. I don't know. I don't feel like fucking with it, but surely you understand what I'm talking about. And if you don't trust me, because I show specific receipts for every single claim I make, you could easily find that. And if you email me, I'll quickly give it to you. Yes, motion to preserve specific evidence includes the fact that there are other devices, a belt, and some cigarette butts and DNA swabs. You get what I'm saying? I shouldn't have to drill this into your heads. Here's another elephant in the room. Today, I got pulled out for them to ask questions, says Erica Gibson. The officer, he asked me if I had the screenshot of when the photo was posted. Abby on the bridge. When I went to go get my phone, they informed me that when they asked other kids, they said no to letting them see their phones. Even if you have bad things on there, that is that that is the least of their concerns. Very disappointed in these classmates. Are you understanding what Erica is saying here? Because I've given her some shit over the years. Because remember, they tried to blame Erica on being the first one to screenshot this shit. But I'm asking you out there, because you're nice, normal people, except the idiots watching. Law enforcement asked if she had the screenshot of when the photo was posted, Abby on the bridge. When I went to go get my phone, they informed me that when they asked the other classmates, they said no to letting them see their phones. Even if you have bad things on there, come on, we're talking about the murders of two little girls, your classmates. That's the least of law enforcement's concerns. Also, I have a request from everyone, says Erica Gibson. Does anyone know who was the first to post the screenshot of Abby walking on the bridge? Ah, great question, Erica, because the television tried to make it seem like it was you, young lady. So here's a question for the world, and I challenge you all, and I give zero shits how much you call me a conspiracy theorist, a nutcase, an incel, or anything else you like to say, woman hater, blah, 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 blah. You talk a lot of shit. Here's a question for the world. Does anyone know who was the first to post a screenshot of Abby walking on the bridge? Valid question, Erica Gibson. Call me. They were asking, meaning law enforcement, for that person today, and I couldn't give them an answer. So that's a valid question, Erica Gibson. Call me. Who was the first person to post the screenshot of Abby walking on the bridge, which clearly shows that it's photoshopped and the symbols for the Converse are on the wrong side of the shoe? And not only did all these motherfuckers who was out there share it as if it was legit, but we know it to be fake and it wasn't on the phone, and even ISP could not produce it. Can we wake up to something is wrong with this? Something is definitely wrong. If you ever wondered if something was wrong with the Delphi murders, as I've said so many times, Achilles heel for the Delphi murders, Abby on the bridge. First of all, we've had several lifelong expert Photoshop experts inform us that it's tampered with, it's photoshopped, it's faked. Furthermore, law enforcement could not produce it. They also admit there was photoshopping. Apparently, no one cares that this is indicative of some sort of conspiracy on this case. No one cares. Family doesn't care. Pecky Batty doesn't care. Carrie Timmons doesn't care. Anna Williams doesn't care. Cliff Williams doesn't care. No one fucking cares that there's fuckery around the Abby on the bridge photo, which proves that there's some fuckery in this case. No one cares. Mean Girls Club don't care. Troll Farm don't care. Doug Carter doesn't care. Nick McClellan doesn't care. Frank Gold doesn't care. Christopher Cecil doesn't care. Pat Cicero doesn't care. Brian Harshman doesn't care. David Beto doesn't care. Not one of you motherfuckers cares that something is wrong with the Delphi murders if there's an Abby on the bridge photo with the logo on the wrong side of the shoe that shows apparent signs of photoshopping, including people being wiped out in the back of the photo, all kind of evidence that there's something wrong with Abby on the bridge. And like Erica expresses, despite the fact that the claim was attempted to be made that she was responsible for that, she says, hey, does anyone know who was the first to post that screenshot of Abby on the bridge? But no, Prof Channel is all about conspiracy theories, woman hating, family bashing, and all the other shit they say. Of course, that's what we do here. Because we have zero credibility. Because we don't spend hundreds of hours on this case, trying to show receipts and understand them. No, we just make shit up out of thin air and run with it, trying to discredit the free Richard Allen movement. That's what we do. What else we got here? I got some more for you. I got 2 more adventures for us to go on before the night is over. So the first one, I'll get out of the way. You know my buddy Noe, and you know my buddy State Trooper Joe, who was on a task force involving corruption in the Indiana State Police, and he feels that there is fuckery on this case. Maybe you never picked up on that, so let me explicitly spell it out for you. Ladies and gentlemen, remember State Trooper Joe, who I brought on the channel to talk, who is a friend of myself and Noe? Even though he's a Democrat, I don't care about politics. I love Trooper Joe. You know why? Because his heart's in the right place. Now, Trooper Joe, what does he say? Yeah, I worked on the FBI task force about corruption in Indiana, blah, blah, blah. And I know that there's corruption in this case. There's corruption in this case. There's fakery in this case. But sure, we're all nuts. By the way, several of the locals who I ran into say, Prof, you know, the thing is, Joe was known as the nicest state trooper out here. Like I said, Trooper Joe. I'll tell you right now, Heavy Metal Rehab, you already know what he has to say. You already know. He didn't want to come on before his election. You already know what he has to say. He has to say exactly what we have to say. He feels it's a wrongful conviction. Richard Allen was set up and railroaded. But let's get off of Joe onto this. Now, let's talk about this because you might not understand what you're looking at. So let me help you out. Let me see if I can pull this down and be nice and all this shit. Since I'm mean, since I'm a mean guy, because I want to talk about Abby and Libby. I am a mean guy over here. All right, so now what are you looking at? Well, first of all, everyone, I know it's hard. Try to orient yourself to this because it's a little disorienting. First of all, understand that this is an aerial view from above ground zero. Okay, so if you look at this, it's an aerial view literally directly over ground zero. I did this on purpose. I know it's hard to understand, but visuals are always so hard to understand for those who don't technically analyze everything you're seeing. So look at it closely. Like I said, everyone owes it to themselves to go out there because once you've been out there, this makes a lot of sense. Okay, so look at it. This is directly above ground zero, Ron Logan's. Okay. Now, the funny thing is that in most people's orientation, the triangle is upside down. Okay. Meaning that north is south, south is north. It's kind of weird. It's kind of weird. Okay. It's a little disorienting in that way. But let's take a close look at it. Okay, so right under me, right under my little square here, my body, unfortunately, or maybe it's fortunately and befitting, because I love Wilson Bridge, which is another thing the fucking retards don't want me to talk about, by the way. Oops. I messed with my own microphone here. Okay. Wilson Bridge is right under me. That's one point of the triangle right here. Wilson Bridge, right under microphone. Okay, Wilson Bridge, right under me. On the other extreme far end of the screen is the Andersons. And at the top of the screen is High Bridge South End. Okay, are you all good? So let's specify. At the apex of the triangle here is where the video occurs. All right, you guys get it? At the apex of the triangle here, the apex, the top of the triangle here is where Guys Down the Hill occurs. And again, not according to the metadata, which shows it's on the other side of town. According to the visuals, the apex of the triangle is where Guys Down the Hill happens. So I guess we have to ignore the metadata. But oddly enough, there's a 213 signature on it, which is our cult signature. But we'll just put that aside for now because we're a conspiracy theorist. 213s on 213 at 213. Okay, so under me is Wilson Bridge. Far end of the screen on your right. So on your left is Wilson Bridge. On your right is Anderson's. In the center at the top is South End. So what do Mr. Joe, State Trooper, Master Trooper Joe, Noe and I, what do we all understand or feel or intuit that happened within this triangle? Well, everything. Oh my God. But sure, we're the ones who make the Free Richard Allen Club look like wackos. No, girls, I think you're the ones who make Free Rick Allen look like wackos because you don't back anything up with receipts. But anyhow, I ain't saying shit. Okay, so, well, let's take a little inventory of what is inside this triangle. Well, I'll help you. Shit, I'm here. I might as well. I mean, it is my channel and I say what I want and no one censors my speech because I left corporate America years ago. Well, first of all, someone told me that there was a lookout at the Andersons in the parking lot. All right, good enough. Someone also told me that right there at Wilson Bridge, which is right under me, which is the other point of the triangle, is where the girls encountered a problem. Oddly enough, one of your biker affiliated meth head troll farm members confirms that her understanding is that Wilson Bridge is where it all went down. But I know we've ignored the fact that Prof has shown us that on the community page and also talked about it multiple times. And like I said, at the apex of the triangle is our stereotypical state's narrative of where things occurred, quote unquote. It's also of concern that all within the body of this triangle is where we tend to believe everything took place. So everything within this triangle is very dubious, very, very dubious. It's sinister. You see, your cell tower is there. Several properties owned by the Mears family is there. Ron Logan's property is there. The cemetery is there. I would speculate that from the time those girls ran into a problem until the time those girls' bodies were found as they were found, they never left this triangle. That's the point. And if you were really keen, you would understand that in the area are two extremely pertinent locations that are ancillary to this crime. Well, Prof uses big words. He's a bad guy and he says mean things to mean girls. There's Riley Park and the Marathon gas station. Was a conspiracy theorist. Yeah, except that the person who told me that there was a lookout, someone waiting at Riley Park, didn't know that there would be a witness who witnessed that exact person at Riley Park, who would later, years later, email me an entire statement about witnessing that person at Riley Park who years before or years prior, someone had told me was at Riley Park. And you all know the Marathon gas station is just a hop, skip, and a jump from Riley Park. So my question is, wow, what happened in this triangle? Where were those girls moved and how many times and from where to where and who owned the land and the property? Well, oddly enough, over here at the Wilson Bridge area, you have the Browns and the Mears. Over in the middle of this triangle, you had the Shack, the Webbers, the Logans, and the Mears. And all lonely by itself, you got Andersons. which is just a place for a lookout. But oddly enough, right near Anderson's is, drumroll, the Abbey and Libby Memorial Park money laundering operation. Oh, thank you, Miss K. Miss K is whooping me. Thanks for whipping out the belt. Yes. Yes. Within this triangle, you have the cave, quote unquote, and you have Wilson's cave. You keeping me on point, Miss K. I'm going to take that damn wrench. All right. Thank you, Miss K. You've got everything. Now, there's something I don't talk about much because it's a very challenging presentation to put together. But I've shown it to you before because I've pretty much shown you everything in my mind before. Oh, good. Court of opinion. Yes, because I am talking about the Mears. Now, the Mears own a slaughterhouse in which the canned meat products that they had sold for years were produced. Of course, you all know about that, don't you? You follow the Delphi murders. You don't know about the Mears canned meats? If you don't, obviously you should, because there's a thing to do with the slaughterhouse because that's where they produce the product for the Mears canned meats. You got it from me? Oh my God. You got whooping ass from me? Yeah, I'm bad. I'm bad. Hey, that's why I said I don't mind taking the licks because, of course, they're going to send licks my way because, hey, it's a bad look. We're talking about the Delphi murders. Okay, so also remember, Holly Lowry said multiple times that Keegan Kline was obsessed with the concept of slaughtering hogs and the tools used for slaughtering hogs. But of course, we don't listen to anything people say because we just believe Nick McClelland and Judge Gall. Now, I don't know if I don't, this was supposed to be a predicate to what follows. So I guess I've lingered long enough. Like, time flies by when you're having fun, right? At least when you've been gang stalked all day and harassed to shit. But of course, I'm making it all up, and it's all deserved. All the ass kicking is deserved, and the harassment is deserved. But the projection is insane. The projection is insane because everyone harassing me, lying to their followers. Here's what I'm trying to say. Whoops. Literally, I don't see how people can lie to their followers and still retain followers. And keep in mind that the slaughterhouse has an industrial size refrigerator in it. But I've also said multiple times, hey, I'm not making any allegations here because cold creek water can serve as a refrigerant in and of itself. All right. Moving on. It's time to head towards home plate. And hey, big shout out. Let me thank again our supporters here because Mark Ellis, It's a God Thing, Michael Lewis, Jennifer Hoff, Kathy S., and Just James have all supported the channel tonight, including possibly those folks on Cash App and Buy Me a Coffee who don't want to be named. And I never name the Cash App and Buy Me a Coffee folks because maybe they don't want to be named, so I'm not going to name them. I assume that all of you who support me on the YouTube do so to be recognized. Therefore, I'll say your usernames. But I also assume that those of you who support me on Cash App or Buy Me a Coffee might not want to be named. So apologize if I don't name you, but I do appreciate the support, especially or even more because on Cash App and Buy Me a Coffee, they might take 3% of the monies, where on YouTube, they take nearly 30%. So trust me, I do appreciate the support, and I want to thank everyone who supported. Anyhow, I'm trying to head towards going home. So, okay. So you might not know. I've never shown this before. Oh, give me a moment, please. Hold on. All right, I need some water. All righty. I'm not shown this before. Okay, but what this is, so you guys gonna laugh your ass off. Let me remove this scrolling banner, which is unnecessary. Okay. All right, now this here. Now we can do. I can do an entire, and I will someday in the future when it's not important. I can do an entire live stream on all of this that we're about to dive into. So we'll go through it as a cursory look. Okay, we'll be quick with it. But what this is, so I don't know if you all know, but I don't know. We've done maybe 300 live streams in the past 2 years. Well, what I thought I would do is I said, let me start from the very first live stream until now. And I did groups of 50. Okay, so this first slideshow I'm going to show you now, this is the result of the first 50 live streams that I ever did when I came on. Okay, so for all of you in the chat, or if you happen to be on a replay, this is what we're looking at is I took the first 50 live streams. So we're going to start with this. So we're going to do the first 50. We're starting here with the first 50 live streams I ever did. And I fed them into AI and I said, make me a summary of the first 50 live streams. Remember, each one is 3 hours. So it's 150 hours, more or less. So this is the first 50 live streams. And this is what it came out with as I said, make for me summary, bullet points, etc. of these first 50 videos. So it took all 50 videos, it took the transcripts, and then it processed and it fed out these notes that you're looking at. So I hope that I thoroughly explained, because I want you to understand what we're looking at. This is so this means nothing, okay? This means nothing. What this means is Prof's channel. Okay, so far as conspiracy theories, as far as the retards in the room, that's us. This is the first 50 shows, which means the first 150 hours of us being retards, conspiracy theorists. There we go. The Delphi murders investigation overview and criticisms. So what it says is the core of these transcripts revolves around a critical examination of the Delphi murders investigation. The contributors consistently express skepticism and dissatisfaction with the official narrative and the handling of the case by law enforcement. Hold on. Sounds legit, right? Sounds legit. Sounds legit. Oh my. Sounds legit. AI. AI is getting pretty good these days. All right. Skepticism and dissatisfaction with the official narrative and handling of the case by law enforcement. Sounds about spot on. Let's keep going. Several recurring themes emerge, and they are lack of transparency and communication. Whoa, seems like someone's texting me. Let's check that out. I thought I had muted it. Hey, it's a Cash App from Sheila. Okay. Okay. Don't say who you are in the chat, but thank you for the Cash App text message. I'm going to try to mute that. I forgot to mute my phone. All right. All right. Now let's mute the phone. Don't cause any more disasters. Now let's continue. Lack of transparency and communication. Isn't this what I've been bitching about over the past week? Yeah, it seems familiar, right? But again, this is the first 50 shows 2 years ago. All right. A major criticism of the prof that the prof has expressed, of the prof show, a major criticism that the prof show has been expressing is the perceived lack of transparency from law enforcement agencies. Contributors on the prof show repeatedly point out that the withholding of information, the deletion of crucial data, 70 days of interviews, and the inconsistent statements made by officials. This lack of communication fuels distrust and speculation among the online community. Oh, but the prof is just so mean for expecting transparency out of everyone associated with this case. Allegations of mishandling of evidence. The handling of evidence is another point of contention on the prof channel. The contributors questioned the thoroughness of the investigation, citing instances of potential evidence mishandling, including the failure to test DNA, the delayed digitization of evidence, and the apparent loss or destruction of crucial information. The organization of evidence by Kathy Shank, while initially praised for efficiency, later becomes a subject of suspicion, with questions arising about her access to and potential review of potential sensitive materials. I like this AI thing. Conflicting statements and inconsistencies. The transcripts reveal numerous conflicting statements made by investigators and officials throughout the case. These inconsistencies, highlighted by the contributors, contribute to their belief that the official story is incomplete or inaccurate. Examples include discrepancies in descriptions of the crime scene, the suspects' identities, and the timeline of events. Alleged cover-up. The most significant and recurring allegation is that of a cover-up. Contributors believe that law enforcement initially concealed evidence, misled the public, and possibly even obstructed justice to protect individuals or organizations involved. The reasons for this supposed cover-up are speculated upon, ranging from incompetence to deliberate efforts to maintain the reputation of law enforcement agencies. Good thing. Okay, introduction. This document synthesizes information from a variety of sources related to the Delphi murders case, including interviews, live streams, discussions, and document analyses. The sources reveal multiple perspectives on the investigation, the suspects, potential cover-ups, and the overall state of injustice or justice surrounding the case. Key themes revolve around investigative shortcomings, potential criminal underworld connections. Guaranteed, that's the part of the content where Alex Voorhees contributed. The handling of evidence and community frustration. Number one, law enforcement investigation, FBI involvement. There is a recurring question about the FBI's lack of direct involvement. One source points out when FBI arrests you, your case is pretty much nailed shut. They don't arrest you unless it's because it was like nailed shut. Another says FBI should get involved. They say that it's not a federal case, drugs and alcohol. That's federal stuff too. I guarantee you that's all from State Trooper Joe who said that. I remember the stream. This highlights a perceived lack of federal interest in the case, despite evidence or elements that might suggest otherwise. Investigative missteps. Several sources suggest that the initial investigation was flawed. One source notes, I can't understand why the defense didn't access the unknown male DNA, especially in those locations. This was mind-boggling that no one addressed this at trial. This reveals frustration over the handling of DNA evidence. That's me. I remember. Another source indicates that they didn't do a proper survey of the cellular towers to understand phone data. This should have been done with DELPHI. Should have been done. Yes. That was one of our guests who was speculating that they should have done real world, on the ground replication and surveying of the accuracy of the cell phone data with iPhone 6s as they drove around areas in Delphi. Internal conflicts. There appears to be conflict within law enforcement agencies. One source reports a situation with a witness. Law enforcement interviewed her again and tried to get her to agree that the young guy sketches who she saw. And when she didn't go along with that, they told her she wasn't credible. Yes, that was Rayleigh Voorhees and her mother. Remember that? Another source indicates that they didn't do a proper survey of the cellular towers to understand phone data. This should have been done with Delphi. Oh, I'm sorry. I skipped. This suggests a potential bias in seeking confirmation of a specific narrative from law enforcement rather than following the evidence. Another source states ISP's view is different than your own. That's where we get into conflict of why two sketches, targeting specific people. One theory mentioned is that the police were looking for specific individuals. They were already looking for someone with a SIG or Smith & Wesson. That's what the prof said. That he indeed owned a Sig Sauer. They did find Richard Allen because of that gun? Or did they find Richard Allen because of that gun? That's what I said. This implies that law enforcement may have worked backwards by targeting people who possessed specific firearms, which was one of my allegations. Again, this AI has done a great job. Potential criminal underworld connections, organized crime. A recurring theme is that the idea that the Delphi murders are connected to a larger criminal network. Cha-ching. As one source says, we're looking at a case that is complicated. We feel that the community knows about this as well. It's criminal underworld, dude. Alex Voorhees, ladies and gentlemen, for the idiots in the back. Okay. Oh, man, this shit is hilarious. Okay. Specific criminal activities. These potential underworld connections include identity theft, catfishing, sextortion, money, sex, drugs, dark web. One source states organized crime. Why do we have so many chomos and chomo ghouls following the case? Massive amounts of money. It's criminal underworld. Alex for the win again. Sorry. I can't control myself, man. Motorcycle gangs and drugs. The presence of motorcycle gangs and drug activity is also repeatedly emphasized on the Prof channel. One source mentions that they have been threatened by motorcycle people on both sides of the case, which is why they say to laugh at the motorcycle drug shit is so stupid. Another source notes a theory about individuals connected to the Wolfpack Motorcycle Club and their relation to the case. Yeah, the Chomos be gooning. The Chomos be gooning. I mean, all the goon farm are in this case. Okay. Human trafficking. There are repeated insinuations of human trafficking being tied to the Delphi case. One source alleges that someone is involved with the Sarah Elizabeth, that trafficking person. Another source refers to the tweaker and trafficking overlapping with the motorcycle and the OD. Evidence and information, cellular data. There is significant discussion regarding the importance of cell tower data and its potential misuse. One source emphasizes the capabilities of cell tower analysis. This CAST-V's mapping with the FBI can be used to cross-reference through all of these pathways. There should be absolutely no way on earth that there is any mystery. That was a prof. It's called Three Phones. You can find it on my former live stream. The source then adds that they have been lied to regarding the data. DNA evidence. Oh, that sounds like Christine when she visited my channel. The presence of unknown male DNA on one of the victims is a major point of contention. As one source points out, the girls, especially Libby, have DNA on them in places where SA occur. It's infuriating. It's sad. The gun, the type of gun found, and whether Richard Allen's gun permit was the reason he was found. Do you know that Richard Allen had a license to carry his firearm? That they found Richard Allen by looking through permits, already looking for someone with a SIG or Smith & Wesson? That's not what you're understanding. Items collected at the scene. A source provides a detailed list of items collected from the scene, including multiple knives and various electronics, raising the questions about their relevance to the case. One rusted old-timer folding knife, one sharp two-bladed folding knife, etc. Leaked evidence. There's an accusation that crime scene photos unconnected to the defense sources have been vast, but primarily fig solves, including law enforcement Sergeant Holman, which further indicates potential corruption. Community perspectives and frustration, disbelief in official narrative. Many in the community seem to distrust the official explanations of the case. One source states you have to be able to conceive of things that would not be correct. Troll farm and harassment. The community is also aware of troll farms and their internet and other internet harassers who aim to discredit or mislead those attempting to find answers about the case. A secret Discord is where all those bullies are in collusion with each other. Harassment, doxing, and stalking and intimidation is so hilarious, states one source. Desire for justice. There's a clear desire for justice, not just for Abby and Libby, but also to expose potential corruption. One source states, I want to tell them that we did it. We collectively did it. Speaking of wanting to share news of resolution to the victims' families. Mistrust of law enforcement. One source says about the police that they're a compromise too. We know it. We've heard it from the horse's mouth both ways. A sense of knowing. Multiple sources mention a sense that the truth is widely known within the community, but is not being officially acknowledged. We already kind of know what's going on around here, dude, says one. Another asked, why would you do all that extra shit if you didn't have to? You gave the game away. So you're effed now. So like we're going to sit here like the end of the movie, the thing we're all sitting here at the end and smoking a cigarette, burning shit around us. We're all going to burn till the end now, you know. That's got to be Voorhees, right? This illustrates a sense of collective understanding, but powerlessness to change the outcome. A detailed narrative style summary and critical analysis of the provided 50 prof live streams video sources. The central theory surrounding Delphi murders. Several competing theories emerge from the sources regarding the circumstances surrounding the murders of Abby and Libby. The theories often involve local individuals, a potential cover-up, and a range of illicit activities. The Kokomo crew and methamphetamine involvement. A recurring theme is the involvement of a local group known as the Kokomo crew in connection with the methamphetamine operation near the trails. Some suggest that the girls may have stumbled upon a meth lab, leading to their abduction and murder. Specific individuals, including all those dudes, okay, are named as potential members. There's a suggestion that the girls may have been targeted after walking in on a meth lab being run by local cops and a criminal informant. Smells right. There's mention of a pickup guy. The idea of meth cooks operating is brought up. Odinism and ritualistic elements. Some theories suggest the involvement of Odinists or connected individuals to the sons of Odin, potentially linking the murders to a ritualistic element. There's reference to a ritual gone bad in a forest and a situation involving animal sacrifice. A Purdue professor is consulted with a Harvard professor, okay, saying that the runes were occult related. Human trafficking, okay. The case is linked to a broader narrative of human trafficking with claims that the girls were taken for the club and that the area is infested with human trafficking. There's a reference to Kash Patel draining the human trafficking swamp of Indiana. The bridge guy is a witness. Another theory suggests the bridge guy was not the killer, but someone who was present and came forward as a witness. This theory is based on the idea that law enforcement released 2 sketches with 2 witnesses, suggesting that bridge guy would have come forward if he had seen someone, or if he saw someone, they also likely saw him. This theory includes the possibility of someone inserting themselves into the case being a close resemblance to the new sketch. The involvement of law enforcement and the family. A major point of discussion is the alleged involvement of local law enforcement and the family in a cover-up. It is suggested that some individuals in law enforcement, along with some members of the girl's family, might have been involved in a conspiracy to obscure the truth of what happened. It's also suggested that there has been a deliberate effort to protect the image of the Indiana State Police and the family. Ooh. Oh, that rings true. Some individuals believe that the family may have been trying to exploit people's feelings to an extreme by gaslighting and manipulating others' emotions. It is stated that the families have betrayed the children. Allegations of collusion and corruption. The sources outline numerous allegations of collusion and corruption involving law enforcement, the prosecutor's office, the judge's office, and various online personalities. Law enforcement misconduct and manipulation of evidence. There are claims that law enforcement did not properly investigate the scene and has intentionally covered up the truth. It's alleged that they did not do background checks on people who were helping in the investigation. Some accuse law enforcement of being involved in a criminal enterprise. The idea that the crime scene photos were not investigated thoroughly is put forth. There are claims of leaks from law enforcement and the prosecutor's office. It's stated that some information about the crime scene and evidence has been obfuscated and that the police have been fabricating evidence. It's also alleged that they are trying to make the defendant guilty. It is claimed that the entire timeline is fraudulent. It's also suggested that there was collusion between the state of Indiana and the judge's office with YouTubers to sway public opinion. There are also allegations that law enforcement has been involved in intimidating, threatening, and running people off the case. The claim is made that the police have been using media and individuals as mouthpieces. The role of the prosecutor's office. The prosecutor's office is accused of participating in the cover-up. It's claimed that they have been involved in leaks. It's suggested that the prosecutor's office was involved in disseminating fake information, false information. There are accusations that they are trying to contaminate the jury pool. The judge's office and interference. The judge's office is also implicated in the alleged conspiracy. It's claimed that employees in the judge's office are colluding with YouTubers. There's an accusation that the judge did not want certain information to be made public and she rejected some evidence and testimony. There's also mention that the judge's employee colluding with YouTubers to sway public opinion. There's also the judge is also accused of being mad and there was possibility of nullifying a jury. Manipulation of the jury. Some sources describe the possibility of the jury being manipulated. There are claims that the jurors wanted to review the Guys Down the Hill audio and compare it to Richard Allen's voice, but were not allowed to. Claim is made that an envelope was put under the jurors' room's doors with threats and instructions on how long to deliberate. Leaking of information. There's a significant emphasis on the leaking of sensitive information related to the case. It's suggested that leaks came from a variety of sources, including law enforcement, the prosecutor's office, David Erskine, and others. It's noted that a lot of people were disseminating the information and that people lied about it. It's mentioned that some of the leaks were deliberate and willful. The activities of the troll farm. A perceived element throughout the sources is the presence and activity of a troll farm, a group of individuals accused of manipulating online discourse, disseminating information, and harassing those who question the official narrative. Purpose and tactics. The troll farm is described as a tight-knit group of locals, many of whom are connected to the drug trade. Their primary objective is to silence critics, run people off the case, and harass, shame, and threaten those who speak out against the family or law enforcement. They are also accused of trying to control too much. They are said to create fake accounts to enter the Delphi online community and harass people. It's suggested they use gaslighting tactics to exploit people's feelings to an extreme. They are also accused of spreading lies and disinformation. They are said to be using talking points in order to produce a narrative. It's claimed that they are deliberately attempting to keep truth tellers distracted, angry, and disheveled. Sounds familiar? Connections and key members. Some sources name individuals that are possibly involved in the troll farm and have connections with law enforcement and the prosecutor's office and the girl's family. It's suggested that they're in direct communication with Becky Patty. The names of Jinx, Chris Long, and Frost are mentioned as potential leaders of the troll farm. Monica Walla is also mentioned as a potential member. It's mentioned that some of the members were present at the search in the case. Some of the people are said to be acting like agents. It's stated that they are attempting to control the narrative. Impact on investigation and community. The troll farm is accused of significantly impacting the investigation by creating chaos, harassing individuals, and obscuring the truth. It's said that they have been trying to target others and get their IP addresses. All right, and I'll skip the rest here. Key individuals, you can see them all. Rick Allen, Jerry Holman, Nick McClellan, Mitchell Westerman, Robert Fortson, Doug Carter, Tyler Rukita, Fig Sauls, Tyler Carpenter, Mark Cohen, Terry Williams, Judy Melvin, David Erskine, Cody Patty, Rick Snay, Greg Ferenczi. The importance of digital evidence. Conflicting information about phones. The number of phones involved in the case is debated, with question about whether there were 1, 2, or 3 phones. The claim is made that the family's phone dumps were not taken and that the phones were not tested. It's noted that the girls' phone records were recently obtained by the defense. Geofencing data. Geofencing data is presented as a key source of information. The analysis of cell phone movements in that area is noted as an important component of the investigation. It's claimed that there were 3 phones moving in or around a lot in the area, not simply a person going to the bridge and leaving. The defense is seeking to obtain the names of those who interpreted the geofencing data. The guys down the hill audio. Questioned. The Abby Snapchat photo. Questioned. Bridge guy video. Questioned. Use of technology. Some theories include possibility that an aux port on a phone could have been used to connect a device. So you see all the pertinent points. Narrative and discrepancies. Conflicting timelines. There's much contradictory information regarding timelines. Times that the girl arrived at trails, when they were seen, and when they were found are all disputed. The narrative and the drop-off. Some allege there's not a clear consensus about when the girls dropped off by Kelsey German. The cover-up is a narrative. It's asserted that the cover-up itself is a story in a fantasy world. Witness statements. There are claims that some witnesses gave false statements to the police, and the police have not properly investigated all of the witnesses. There are claims that some of the witness statements are completely inconsistent with those provided by law enforcement. The role of online content creators. The sources explore impact of online content creators, YouTuber and podcasters. There are claims that podcasters and YouTubers are involved in colluding with law enforcement. Oh, imagine that. Some of these creators are said to be trying to sway public opinion. Influence a potential future jury pool. It's also said that some are trying to contaminate the jury pool. Dissemination of information. Some of the YouTubers and podcasters are accused of leaking information in the case. Imagine that. Oh, the prof is just a retard. Manipulation of public opinion. There's a suggestion that the media is being manipulated in order to garner sympathy for Israel. What? I don't know. It's AI after all. The search for truth. Despite the complex web of theories and allegations, there's a strong call for the truth about the Delphi murders to be revealed. The desire for actual truth. There is an emphasis on the importance of finding out the actual truth of what happened to Abby and Libby and not to be satisfied with the story that has been fabricated. The importance of critical thinking. There's a strong emphasis on questioning everything, trusting no one, and being skeptical of the official narrative. The desire for accountability. There's a desire for accountability of law enforcement, the prosecutor's office, and the judge's office, and all those who are believed to have been involved in this cover-up. The fight for justice. There are many that are fighting for justice for Libby and Abby. Additional points of concern. The 136 pages. Some mention that the defense is stuck with the 136 pages and that there needs to be an effort to include more evidence and information in order to get to the truth. Shibby's going to like this one. The 2-pounder. The 2-pounder was a package of printed screenshots mailed to the Attorney General of Indiana as proof of collusion. Can't make this shit up. The missing interviews. The loss of interviews from the first 70 days of the investigation is also noted as concerning. There's also concern about 70 days of interviews being deleted. The expungements. There is concern over expungements of information. Critical analysis. I can't anymore, man. I'm sorry. This AI shit. Remember, this is only my first 50 shows. There's still like 250 more to go through. We'll do that another day. Critical analysis. The sources paint a picture of a deeply flawed investigation and a community grappling with conflicting information. The allegations of collusion, corruption, and manipulation are serious and cannot be ignored. The activities of the troll farm further complicate matters by creating an environment of distrust and fear. The inconsistencies in the official narrative and the questions about the digital evidence raise significant doubts about the veracity of the case. The call for truth is persistent, highlighting the need for an independent investigation into the matter. The sources, which means the first 50 live streams, show a very complex and controversial case where individuals are fighting to uncover the truth about the deaths of Abby and Libby. There are many questions about the investigation and the actions of individuals involved and the information that was presented to the public. The lack of transparency, the suppression of information, and the intense efforts to control the narrative are all cause for concern. These actions raise questions as to the true objectives of those in authority and their involvement in the case. Okay, here is an extensive or exhaustive list of bullet points derived from the provided sources. That means the 50 live streams. A student found bullet shells at the crime scene, pocketed some, and took some shirts home. Oh, no, that was this AI. Okay. State Trooper Joe found that. The person who found the shells has an instinct for investigation. Yes, State Trooper Joe. The YouTube channel where this conversation took place was intended to be a home base for open discussion. The channel has evolved to include guests periodically. That's the prof channel. The chat on the channel is considered a fertile ground for discussion and ideas as a prof channel. One of the chat members is interested in numerology. Yes, prof channel. Law enforcement has special tools at their disposal. There were at least 20 different operations that the speaker had come across. Some of these operations are still ongoing. The speaker believes law enforcement is still doing what they can, especially for kids. Delphi murders occurred during the time period discussed. A list of resources were provided to viewers to screenshot and keep in their phones in case they see something suspicious. Sometimes it's more appropriate to contact an agency other than local law enforcement, such as the FBI. The speaker, the prof, has lost confidence in the Indiana State Police and now tips the FBI every time. There's an appendix summary in the case of State of Indiana versus Richard Allen regarding cell phone discussions between Cohen and Fortson. The Eye of Apophis channel has potential cult victims in his comments. What? Robert Lindsay is mentioned as possibly connected to Odin. No, that's referring to the comments I just read earlier. Other names mentioned connection to Odin include Gabe Ellis, Eric Williams, Dustin Prater, and Tyler French. Clutch blamed the family for the murders and said Cody Patty would take the fall. I must have been talking about one of Clutch's live streams, but you notice he's been right off the case too. Pictures of Rune were sent from a Woodhouse, or Brandon Woodhouse. Former mayor working for McClellan has ties to Odin. Oof. Max Snowberger has ties to Garrett Kurtz. Oof. Marco Salinas, a Chomo, has nudes of both victims and communicated with 2 accounts from Klein's Dropbox. That's something from the chat, obviously. But you see all of this shit, okay? I'll just stop. You can screenshot it. As you see. Okay? This is all from the chat. This is all from the chat. All from the chat. It's called Welcome to Delphi. Okay? I'm going to keep going. I'm not going to sit here all night and read to you. Okay? All from the chat. All from the chat. This is analyzing live chat. You see, giving us bullet points. Okay? Keep going. Now listen, that's just part 1. So listen, guys, I'll show you these quick and we're going to call it a night. I got part 2 here. Okay. I got part 3. Got part 4. And that's what I intended to cover tonight, but just obviously we couldn't make it through. Listen, I have about 10 parts of the past 300 live shows. In case you're wondering, does AI do a good job? Yes, AI does a good job at listening to the shows, extracting out pertinent information. Remember, that's just part 1. I have 10 parts. This is something that's been in the file cabinet to present to you guys, but every time I tell you there's not enough hours in the day, not enough time in the world to cover everything. But I guess what I'm saying to you is that we've done work here. Let me take a look at the channel. Okay, I'm trying to take a quick look at this. All right. At a minimum, 300 to 350 live streams, 3 hours each, approximately. You do the math on how many hours we've sat here looking at receipts, discussing the case. So what I did, as I mentioned, I fed in the entire, I'll tell you the truth, because I know the troll farm's going to get mad. And so will the mean girls. I fed the entire channel in that we've been working on. I remember I said this is a group effort. I couldn't do this alone. I fed the entire channel in to the AI. It took me about a week to do it because, you know, You go a few hours a day. The next day, you go a few hours a day. Next day, you go a few hours a day. After about a week, I had the entire channel fed in, and I extracted these reports. It must be about 150 pages, the total of it. Um, so I'm asking you, does all of that seem like, oh, well, conspiracy theorist, woman hater, retard, no, nut job, nutcase? All right. I've said before, and I know some of you don't like to hear it because you don't like to hear the truth. It's a bitter pill. I'm not here for Richard Allen. Didn't know him before, won't know him after, don't know him now. I'm solely here for those girls, not their families, not their mothers, not their fathers, whoever they may be. Now, I know it's tough. Okay, I know it's tough because a lot of you have developed some sort of emotional attachment to Richard Allen. That's fine and all. Like I told Rick Snay and all my other friends, I said, look, my whole deal with Rick Allen is, yeah, it's clear he's been railroaded. That's no doubt about that. Anyone who would say otherwise is a fucking idiot. Look at Rick Allen. Look at the state of Indiana. Look at the complete lack of evidence, zero evidence. But let's make it crystal clear. I am not here for him. I'm here for those two who are dead and cannot speak for themselves. So I've said, if the truth about what happened to those girls frees Rick Allen, then yes, I'm all for it. I'm down for that mission. But in no way on earth would I ever sacrifice the truth about what happened to Richard Allen solely to free Richard Allen. And Mean Girls, be mad as you want. Those who have made emotional attachments to this random individual who got tied up in the Delphi murders, I'm sorry if you've made emotional attachments, but the goal here should be the truth about this case should not only free Richard Allen, it should bring about a closure to this case. And if you're only fighting for freeing Richard Allen and not fighting for the full truth about this case, then you're on the wrong side of history. I mean, bottom line, like freeing Rick Allen and not addressing the elephant in the room would never be, it would never be right to do. And as far as these victims about Abby, you know, as far as regarding Abby and Libby, don't you want them to receive peace? This is my whole goal. Is like you see, they tried to put across this conviction of Richard Allen. Like I said, it's a berry job to make this go away. You make Delphi go away. Well, let me ask you this. Do you think making Ron Logan the killer, and do you think that would make, or free Richard Allen, make Ron Logan the killer? Do you think that will make Delphi go away? Because surely no one could believe that. We want Delphi to go away, right? We want peace for Abby and Libby, which means tell the truth. Find the truth about what happened to them. Only. And allow that to allow us to move on. And I know you motherfuckers ain't smoking crack and tripping. As many hours as I've sat here reading through every single filing in this case, calling out the state bad actors as I have, drawing attention to the absolute railroading, the absolute bias, the absolute torture of that guy in prison as a pretrial detainee. You're actually going to sit here and act like I haven't done anything for this case. That's absolutely insulting and offensive. Okay. I know that there are hundreds and even thousands of people who understand better what's going on because I've sat my ass here for hundreds and thousands of hours and talked to you all. So, with that being said, I tell them all, kiss my ass. Okay. And anyhow, of course, that is not directed to any of you out here in the live chat or on the replay or in my channel who actually care and who have actually been so supportive, because I do appreciate you all, because you don't threaten me. You don't try to discredit me sneaky style behind the scenes. And you don't act like I'm stupid, because none of us here are stupid. See, that's the difference between me and them. I will never treat you all like you're stupid, and I would expect you not to do the same to me. And if you treat me like I'm stupid, expect to hear something about it, because I won't just sit there and take it. I've been around smart people my whole life. You're nothing special. Okay. So, with that being said, I want to thank everyone who is here. God, you guys have been amazing. I'm getting out of here. Special thanks to all the contributors, both to the donations in the live chat, as well as to all of the comments. Wait, did I say that backwards? The donations to the channel, as well as all the contributors to the live chat, because as I say every time, without the live chat, Prof would not be here. I'm not sitting here talking to myself for more than 10 minutes. So God bless you all in the live chat. I've been watching you and you keep me going. So gosh, we made it past 3 hours and it's been a freaking Monday night. Can any of you believe that? So God bless you all. I'm so happy to have seen you all here. For all of you on the replay, please leave some comments below. We like when you leave the comments. Look, it's no big deal. I don't need you. Unsubscribe if your butt hurt, if you're mad, if you got a little, I don't know, what, a wrinkle in your panties or whatever. But otherwise, leave some comments below. I love the comments coming in over the next several days, because it sure beats the hell out of Twitter and all the retards over there. Anyway, appreciate you all, and all the lurkers. I appreciate you for lurking too. Ain't no hate if you ain't joining the live chat. I appreciate the fact that you've just been checking us up. All right, checking us out. And I'm tired as hell. So God bless you all. I know it's super late. Look, the best that we can do is show up, right? Be here for each other, and we are. So God bless you all. All right. Very grateful to have you all join in on tonight's show. Tonight was Monday, March 24th. It's already for me Tuesday, March 25th. This has been quite a day. But that's some awesome talking tonight. And I want to say congrats to the friends of mine, handful of friends of mine. I gave some wrenches tonight. I'm so glad to see you here too. And thanks for being a longtime supporter. And everyone, please thank the mods here, okay? And we're out of here. So God bless you all. I'm out of here. Peace out. Hit the like on the way out, by the way. Don't forget. I'm out. We out, yeah.